Welcome back, everyone, to another Axis and Allies Generals Division. Today I'm playing Snoopy, who's always one of the very best players in the game. Very skilled opponent. Plays a little bit different from other people, but in a very effectual way. So Snoopy is definitely one of the people that I feel when I play against him, you know, it's always going to be a hard-fought game if we're going to come out on head. So, let's see, I can see if we can find his profile here. Yeah, let's see, Season 13. Yeah, you can see top 10 player. Anyone who's able to get into the top 10 and hold it to the end of the season is usually one of the best in the world. So let's get into the game and see how it started. So, looks like he did the standard 4-2, and he got a average Ukraine and a slightly above average West Russia. So, little strong start for him, but the fact that he didn't put an anti-aircraft gun in Ukraine, I like that a lot. It makes it just much more relaxing being able to clean it up with planes than risk my tanks. So I'm just going to do the standard 7 infantry, 2 artillery, and a bomber. A lot of people just do a full infantry buy, but I like the flexibility of the bomber and the potential to discourage a fleet drop round 1. So it may not be, I don't know if it's optimal, but I just love planes. Who doesn't love planes? So we will use all of our Air Force and 3 infantry to maximize our odds of taking it. Without giving him too much left over to slap me with. And that looks about it. It's so weird how it says implausible with the naval fights. Well, I guess it's implausible if you don't kill the destroyer. This is always nice to have 2 here because it increases the odds of getting a hit back in Transjordan, which can, every UK unit is kind of gold that's, in India and Africa because they can, oh nice, no hit backs, we take those. Trade with Germany and Japan, and they have very limited number of units that they can produce there, only 3 a turn with India, but UK will fly a bunch of planes down there so they can get shockingly efficient. Well, that's not what we want to see. That's not what we want to see. Oh no. I have to keep going. Oh, that sucks. That's really bad. It's really bad for a couple reasons. I mean, even if my fighter survived, it would be terrible because the reason it would be terrible is I can't pressure his fleet drop because now he knows he doesn't have to risk anything in C-Zone 7 and he can just get it easily. Oh, it was going so well until it went horrible. I might have to take a risk. That's really bad, losing an early plane like that. And I have nothing left over. What are the odds of that happening, out of curiosity? The odds... That's a bottom 3% chance. sucks. That really sucks. If he had 6 infantry here, I would definitely stack Corellia with a start this. Damn, it was. I won. I perfected the unimportant battles. Oh. Well. What can you do, huh? It's kind of funny. The more planes you have as Germany, the more you want more of them to deter their fleet. And the less planes you have, the less good they are. Planes are kind of one of those exponential growth things. Crap, let's change our defense profile to protecting AA. That really sucks. Ugh. Am I safe here? You can hit me with 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Let me run that in the calculator. It's barely safe. It's kind of IPC negative by 2.5 for him, but I think I have to offer that. I can't play safe, and it denies him France, I guess, but woo-wee, that sucks. No chance of killing that cruiser or destroyer. Well, we'll see what we can get done. I kind of almost want to add another guy here. Man, I'm so conservative. It's like IPC even if he wants to hit this. If I only have 1 fighter there or 3 fighters, and I don't want to offer him IPC even when he's ahead. That's could be a potential. Man, once you're behind, you have to keep making compromises after compromise, and it's not fun. This is supposed to be the most likely one to succeed. Well, and he can go for the battleship here safely since there's nothing else for him to do with that bomber. Really, a snowball of tears, no chain of tears for that kind of stuff. Anyway, all right, catch you guys next time for UK1. Or rather, not UK1, Japan 1. Alright, welcome back. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. He did the super predictable, super correct, super safe fleet drop to a surprise of no one. For combat, France for free, transport for free, no loss in Transjordan, average in C-Zone 17, and we crushed it in 61. This is exactly what we need to try to come back from that disastrous German start, because it is a disaster. Let there be no mistake. So with this, I am going to do the India Crush where I buy 2 transports, a bunch of land units, and this puts a lot of pressure on India early on. Little tempted to go for Pearl Harbor, but when Germany has such a weak naval presence, I tend to not want to do Pearl Harbor. It makes it easier for him to do a med shuck, but I'm just so far behind in pinning down navies as Germany. I think I'm just going to go infantry ball. Infantry ball into Prain. So, now I need to think. Where do I want all of my units to be at the end of the turn? Do I want to try to zone out a C-Zone 45? I don't usually do that. I don't think it does too much. Maybe it does. I don't know. But if more planes over here, less planes against Germany, I can get behind that. I probably won't go for India timing, but it's just nice to have those extra units out there, getting stuff done, putting pressure against Russia. So the question is do I want to do anything with this battleship? I think I'll send it down. I could do something like this. And then use this fighter to hit there. Since I have that extra destroyer, I should be able to defend those transports pretty safely. Let's see, how many do I have here? I'll have battleship cruiser, that's safe. Aircraft carrier, 2 destroyers, that should be safe. I think I like this. As much as anything. Just want to make sure I'm not missing something obvious. I think this will do. Oh, so glad C-Zone 61 lived. Because when you fight against top players, bad starts means you're going to have a bad end. The vast majority of the time. So, and Germany is the most... Germany and Russia are kind of the factions that are the most important in terms of how well they do determining the outcome of the game. Because if you have a bad German start, you're just going to fold to the Allies. Same with Russia. If you have a bad Russia start, Germany's going to walk all over you, get rich, make your life a nightmare. Normally, 2 to 3 hitbacks is what the Allies get against Japan for an average start. When you skip Pearl, so we got on the good side of average there. Alright, let's put these guys there. Guess I'll put that bloke there. And you know what? Maybe I can put one fighter there. The other fighter's there. I want one fighter here to pressure Yakut, because if he wants to sit there with his stack, I'd like to have a bomber and a fighter able to hit. Now, it's also nice to have it there. That would increase the pressure I could put on him. Just get a little worried sometimes that they'll suicide a plane in, but that would be a bad trade. That would be a bad trade for them. Yeah, I'll leave it there to give... it's probably better off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably better off here. Have a little bit more flexibility. I can still attack there if need be. Need at least 3 fighters for Kwang Tung to be IPC negative. This is safe. This is very safe. Do I want to bring this crew... Now that I have enough there, do I want to bring this guy here? I think I'll bring the destroyer down here, just in case he goes on autopilot and decides to place his sub in 45, which I sometimes do just by, you know, muscle memory, and he says, oh, destroyer's here, this is safe, but it's not. So we'll try it. It's a shame the one hit back was on Burma. Burma and Buriyati are the two that you don't want the hitbacks the most. Because you want the extra units to be able to split here, discourage a, 3 infantry versus 1 infantry is a lot more attractive than 3 versus 1. Sorry, 3 versus 2. And obviously we want the Burma IPCs, but is what it is, and I think that's it. All right. Look at the score. Yeah, okay. Still a we're back in it. So we'll see how it plays out. All right, catch you guys next time for Germany 2. Welcome back. It's Germany 2. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. Standard buy here. Took Morocco. Sent the full fleet down here to reinforce India, as he probably should when this guy survives. Russia bought a tank, which is a little interesting. You got a good result in Ukraine, perfect in Bello, and we got a decent result in Buri, so. Alright. Did you really, what did you hit Bello Russia with? 1 artillery, 1 fight. Oh, that's so gutsy, but paid off. Alright, well, I'm in full turtle mode, so I'm just buying lots of infantry. We'll start out with a blitz. I'd like to take that bloke out. We'll go for the tank. Wonder if I should send 4 infantry here. A little torn. But I'm kind of weak right now. What are the odds of capture if I send 3 infantry, 2 fighters versus at 76? I'll do 4. I don't mind trading with Russia. Russia's gonna have a lot of Japanese flavored problems very soon. fighter, that always sucks. 2 fighters down. Ugh. These are nasty hitbacks. Oh, man. 3 for 3. Oh. I might have to buy more fighters. Three for 3. Ugh. That's just awful. Just awful. I don't want to stack here because UK can hit this if I put too much in there. Definitely not offering the Egypt fight. Yeah, we'll just try to protect this little furrow of income for as long as we can. Do we have AA protection on? We do. Is this safe enough? Maybe I'll send an extra infantry here to make it just a little bit safer against like a 2-1 attack by him. Not that I think that likely. How many tanks do I actually want there? Because let's see, he can hit me with 11 infantry, 4 tanks, 2 fighters, and I'm going to have 9 infantry there, 1 fighter. How many tanks do I need to tell him this isn't a good idea? To be safe, 5 is borderline, 6 is safe. And we'll keep the tanks here to deter him from stacking Ukraine or some other such shenanigans. Oh, it really stinks to only be on 3 fighters. I think I'm gonna have to buy more fighters, or my trades are just gonna be inefficient, and that's gonna take its toll as the game goes on. Man, my Germany luck has not been hot. Check our defense profile. Alright, that should suffice. Well, let's hope Japan can bail out the Germans, because they're gonna need it. Yeah, they're gonna need it. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 2. Welcome back, it's Japan 2. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. Bought 2 transports and a lot of land units. Combat, he took Egypt and northwestern Europe, and he was greedy enough to take all of his fighters and put it to West Russia. Super annoying, definitely the right call. I only have 4 planes, 3 fighters and a bomber. My air force is devastated, and he's probably right to do something like this, because I can't if he moves that cruiser up, I can't really counterattack. So, yeah, I still, even after that Season 61, after Germany 2, I definitely feel behind here. So, unfortunately, there's not much I can do as Japan early on to change the state of the board. So I'm just gonna do the usual complex and 6 infantry and hope I can get something done. So. As much as I'd like to. Alright, let's make use of one of these blokes. This guy, I guess we'll take Alaska since he can't take it back. Not a whole lot I can do here, huh? Not a whole lot I can do. Just have to hope this captures. Sucky part about not hitting any... Oh, damn it. Not getting any hitbacks in Transjordan last turn is I don't have... he can stack Kazakh, and I can't really prevent him from doing so. Alright. I think I'm safe to put 4 units here, right? Really sucks I didn't take that. Well, it's nice to have 2 destroyers. Maybe I'll put 1 fighter there. Where do I want this battleship? Do I have to defend here? Let's see. If US takes this... Is this safe? Should be safe. You can hit it with 2 fighters. Yeah, it should be safe there. Is this safe? Should be safe. The bomber should be safe there. Is there anything... Maybe I just want to put everything here. In 36, because I don't think he can hit me, right? In the... Season 61? The only way I could do it is if he takes Yunnan, which isn't possible. Wait, can this carrier go 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, it absolutely can. Okay, that's good to observe. How safe is this? Super safe, right? Check my defense profiles. Love taking Alaska when they can't take it back. It's at minimum 4 income for me and -2 for him, so pretty good. Might even get Hawaii, who knows? Kinda sucks not having more stuff there, but that's how it goes. I definitely don't want to be too light here in Yunnan and such. I don't want to give him the opportunity to stack Burma and India, so I need to keep some form of pressure here. This is safe. This should be safe. Really nice having that extra transport. Makes it a lot harder to stop Japan's early progress without significant sacrifices. Oh, he might just be able to with how weak I am there. Well, we'll see. Fighters there to pressure Western Australia. Do I have fighters that can in range of Hawaii if I want to set in the second one? This one can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I do. Alright, I think this is as good as we can make it. Unfortunately, we are behind, but maybe if we can grind the game out long enough, we'll have an opportunity, or maybe he'll make a mistake, like forget to bring his cruiser here and let us slam into his UK fleet and pray for the best. I'm really worried about a med chuck, though. Oh well. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Germany 3. Yeah, our lead's being eroded pretty quickly. Wouldn't be surprised if he beats me in attack power at the end of the turn. You usually want to stay ahead in attack power for at least the first 4 turns as Axis to have a reasonable game. Welcome back. It's Germany 3. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. So, he bought a transport, a fighter, some more infantry. Looks like we were able to stop him from buying a transport this turn because of the Alaska purchase, so now he's going to be defending the Western United States, which is pretty sweet for us if you ask me. He's definitely goalkeeping Hawaii, but I think that's fine. We got our money here, and that's what matters. In fact, yeah, that's well worth it in my mind. So for this turn, I'm gonna buy another fighter because my Navy is just really weak. Or sorry, my Air Force is pathetic. And I really, really want to stop him from going into the Mediterranean. I don't know if I can, but I'd like to. So, yeah, and we're getting some extra artillery just to have a bit more offense without our planes. So let's get rolling. And I'd like to take Egypt because he doesn't, if he wants to take it with the US, he has to risk his planes and tanks to take it out. And the odds, the efficiency of him taking it in Libya or Algeria is much greater than if we were to let him take it in Egypt. And I was thinking about just stack shifting this. So just sending, like, yeah, just sending a reasonable amount of guys out. And one bloke for Archangel because it's worth trading. Oh, I'm so poor on planes. It's quite depressing. Ugh, disgusting. Man, his hitbacks have been pretty gross. But even tiny little bad luck feels really bad. Really, when you're behind. And Russia and Germany trades are among the most impactful. Hit back here, hit back there, really hurts. Okay, good. Especially since I feel behind. My Germany opening has been less than stellar. Okay, good. Okay, feel a little bit better now. The second half of the turn was much better than the first. Okay, I am starting to get a little bit scared for my odds in Ukraine. Sorry, not Ukraine, Karelia. It's starting to get a little tight. And I have to decide if I want to try to defend Italy. Get with 4 land units and a fighter. How many guys did I buy? Is that enough? Let's see. I just want to make sure Berlin is safe. Let's see. If I place 7 units, that's 10 guys. I don't really need the AA gun here, do I? Because he's only able to hit with 1 fighter. The AA gun won't be super impactful. Having 6 infantry, though, will be. Let me just quickly run the odds just to make sure that I'm safe here. Yeah, completely safe. Okay. All right, well, I think this was about as good a move as we could come up with. He can stack. I can't stop him from stacking Ukraine, but if I go any lighter than I am in Karelia, he could soften it up with the UK and then potentially wipe me out with Russia, and I really don't want to give him that sort of opportunity. Alright. Put the artillery here to beef up the pressure we have against West Russia. Don't usually like putting artillery there, but I think it's the right decision in this situation. And let's take a look at the scoreboard. Well, our attack power lead shrinks after every turn, which is expected. Usually you want to try to be ahead until you get near income parity, and usually income parity for the Axis is when Japan's able to trade all of these territories every turn, and they have all the islands. That's usually when income parity happens, and that's when the Axis has the opportunity to start taking over the game, rather than just relying on our superior number of starting units to trade more efficiently. Anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 3. Welcome back. It's Japan 3. Let's take a look what Snoopy got done. So, he bought 2 fighters and 4 land units. So he's really trying to hit hard with lots of land units here. Doesn't seem to care too much about trading. Seems to be more focused on threatening my stacks. Took France, Burma, tried to hit Ukraine, got a tank, so that's pretty nice. So I was looking at this position, and my default here is, if I'm just playing by muscle memory, is 9 land units and a bomber. But this situation, I saw what I perceive at least as an opportunity, is I noticed Snoopy only landed 1 transport here in French West Africa. And he didn't buy a destroyer or place his fighters here. So what that offers to me is, if I take this as Japan, Germany can go down and blitz Africa and have a couple turns of wild and free Africa income, and hopefully divert at least 2 transports worth of units from the US to come down and rescue it. Because what he would do, if I don't do that, is he's going to plop 3 fighters there and an infantry, and he's going to lock Anglo-Egypt down like Fort Knox, wiggle these guys forward, and execute the Germans in Africa. But by hitting here, it slows down my island tour, but it can hopefully give Germany a ton of extra space. So with that in mind, I'm going to be buying another transport, a 5th transport, so I can start taking the islands without disrupting my core logistics train of 3 transports offloading every turn. So let's go ahead and do that. Or at least that was my idea. So he has Hawaii, super dead zone, no way we're going to be going for that. But I will try to take Western Canada so he can't blitz in and take Alaska next turn. I don't want to use this fighter because that would trap it. I'd either have to trap the aircraft carrier. Well, maybe I should do that. I don't know. He can only hit this with his bomber, so that might be worth it. I know I'm going to move that forward. Let's take these happy campers. Oh yeah, I actually can park a bomber here. Not that I would with all those planes in range. I think the aircraft carrier's safe here, so I guess it's fine to divert it like that, right? He doesn't really have any bombers in range. Right. Next, I'm trying to say, if I drop a transport here, which I can't. There's no transport in range. So that idea's out the window. Can I stack here? It's a little risky. If he 2-1s that, he hits that with 10 infantry, 2 artillery, and then hits it with... Yeah, UK, there's no way I can defend that. No, I don't want to trap my aircraft carrier there, because next turn I want to take the newly made transport. Well, I love taking the transports and starting the island route from 36 to go pick up these guys and then hit there, but maybe that's just not in the cards. Maybe I'm just gonna have to take the transport and like move it there or something. I guess I will use the fighter. This can't hit there, right? 1, 2, 3. Then he can go 4. This aircraft carrier's not in range, so I should be safe. Okay, let's go with that. I don't usually go into Africa this early. I kind of hate doing it because it sort of strands you logistically, but he doesn't have the reinforcements there, so I'm gonna go for it. Nice. This is an important one too. If I fail this outright and he gets free IPCs, perfect, good. We need more of this. Germany is not in a good place right now. Son of a... Would have sucked if that died. He could just blitz in and all my effort was for absolutely nothing. Move more men up here so I can trade this a little bit more effectively. I'll put my fighters there. I need more protection up there. I don't have as much as I'd like. I guess the bomber has to go there. So that guy can go there to have a little bit more options. This cannot be killed other than the bomber. Guess it's okay to put these guys here. Oh, I really like this move. It's not normal that I do that, but I think it's a fantastic opportunity. In fact, I think he almost has to hit this with his 1 infantry, 3 fighters, or else I'm gonna guarantee get a ton of income. He might also just like stack them in Belgium, but I'm really happy about noticing this. Okay, check our defense profiles. I want that sub there to help protect his homies from an evil United Kingdom submarine attack. One possible thing he could do is he could try to suicide his US fighters to hopefully get the aircraft carrier, but that doesn't seem very probable. Maybe I'll put aircraft... No, that would just be a terrible attack by him, right? It would be so wasteful, but I'll put, just in case he goes for something weird like that, I'll put the carrier to die after the fighters. Snoopy usually doesn't do that sort of stuff when he's in a good position like he is right now. Okay. I always like the artillery to be in Japan, so I have a little bit more space to attack things. Not bad for turn 3 income, considering we got stalled up in Yakut. Yeah, well, I think Japan's going just fine. Germany's the problem. But, well, we'll see. Hopefully I can get some more Africa income, divert the US, and buy some desperately needed space for Germany. Because losing those 2 fighters early and having to rebuy them, and every fighter's like 3 1/4 infantry missing. Like, you imagine me having an additional fighter here and, you know, more infantry. It would be so much nicer. Not to mention Russia's traded better than we've hit back. So anyway, we'll keep chugging along. It's always scary playing against people like Snoopy. He's very skilled, and you kind of get a negative mindset if you have a bad first turn. But anyway, that's it for now. Catch you guys next time for Germany 4. Welcome back. It's Germany 4. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. So, 8 infantry, 2 transports. Looks like he's just about got his Doom transport fleet up and going. For combat, he took Libya for free. We got a hit back in Canada, that's nice. And this is where the problems begin. He got a top 36% result in Anglo-Egypt. I didn't get a single hit back, and this completely screws over my entire intention of doing this in the first place. The idea was that either he sacrifices a plane, or I can blitz down here and get some juicy Africa income. The reality is I just wasted an entire trip with the Japanese, and I get nothing. It's and he took out Kazakh with no hitbacks either. So this is pretty bad, especially considering he only sent 4 units against 2. So, I mean, the bright side is I diverted a bunch of units down to Africa that aren't hitting Germany, and I still hold Norway round 4, but everything else is not a disaster, but how do you say, the worst possible result. So, looking at the board, I'm just going to buy a huge land stack. I'm getting 2 more artillery, because I like to keep some artillery camped in Germany to prevent, or at least discourage, France and Norway stacks. Even though I would rather just be buying infantry, it's best not to be too greedy. So here's the plan. I'm going to blitz here, and meaning giving myself a 50% or greater chance of holding Egypt, because, you know, the tank might hit back, and then he'll either have to sacrifice a fighter or give me that for an additional turn. I could also just hit this with the Japanese if it suits my fancy. I'll take these guys down here because I'd like to trade them for something, ideally. 2 boys here. I was thinking like, oh, should I trade this? But I really don't want to be trading units with the Japanese or with the Germans that I could be trading with the Japanese. It's just plain old more efficient to be trading with the Japs. And so I'm going to try to maintain those efficiencies for as long as I can, and try to maintain Germany's Doom stack if at all possible. Though, to be honest, I really don't have that many planes in range here. I only have 2. Oh, no, I have the Karelia guys. So that's something. I want to add a couple more blokes there just to keep it secure. Because I ran the numbers, and I really need at least 11 infantry to keep it IPC negative. I'm going to add just a little bit more just to be safe. Jesus. Why couldn't I have gotten that in Anglo-Egypt? Oh, Snoopy's hitbacks are just murderous against Germany. My Japan has just been so good, and anytime it's not Japan's turn, I'm just suffering. Wow, that was bad. Wow, that was bad. Yeah, that was a bottom 3%. Oh, look at this, I get 5 hits. When you get the overkill, I mean, it's not helpful. Oh, I mean, that's a dice game's patent, is complaining and griping. Ugh. Pretty wretched turn. Killed 12, lost 12. Yeah, when you're on the attack and your IPC even, that's not good. That is not what you're searching for. So I'm just gonna send 2 guys there. I guess I'll keep the rest of these in Berlin. Do I want to try to defend Italy? The reason I'm sending 2 here is I want to have a safe pathway to defend Karelia, and I can't really go to Baltic states because he has too much pressure here. So I am having to thin things out. My God, I lost 3 there. I should have lost 1. Oh well. He can hit this with... I guess I could just move the AA gun down there. How many am I building? 13, so I'll have 4 infantry there. What are his odds if he decides to hit that? Slightly IPC positive, but I think I'm going to give him that opportunity because, well, let me see. Maybe I'll send 1 more. No, I don't think I will send 1 more. Because he's going to want to hit this and take this. If I were him, I would just drop in Southern Europe. That's what I would do. Maybe, should I add more to France? Goodness. When I get these funky situations where you get these wacky dice, you just... I calculated 11 would be IPC negative for him, so it's going to be even worse with 12. I don't think he takes this. Well, he might. I think the low-hanging fruit is more attractive, though. I'll leave an attack marker for future me to see if I want to hit that Anglo-Egypt guy to protect my Africa income for an extra turn. I can change my carrier protection off since he didn't suicide it with the US. Not that I thought he would, but sometimes it's good to defend against how would you say, suboptimal moves. Let me double check here the odds that he has on France. I want to make sure that I defend it properly. Let's just double make sure. does 2 rounds. If he goes with the US and UK, he can hit with still negative 20 IPC for him, 50% capture. I don't think he's gonna go for that. As long as my math's right. Alright, man. My German rounds have just been less than what I'd like. A little frustrating. Decided to put 1 artillery up here just to threaten West Russia. I got odds on it this turn, though it was IPC even. I'd kind of have to have given up every other fight to hit West Russia, and I didn't really feel that that's the way I want to go. Generally, when you get into a bloodbath, I call them bloodbaths, early on where Russia gets crippled, Germany gets crippled, unless it happens in the first 1 or 2 turns, you generally don't want that as Axis, because once the Allies take Karelia, they just flood in, and you really can't do very much as the Axis. They just take over the game, and that's not what I want at this point in time. I ideally would like to just lock down France and Karelia for as long as possible, let Japan take the islands, you know, chip away at Russia, and ideally not allow the UK to send units to Caucasus and trade with Germany. You don't want to give the UK space to do that. You want to try and trap them in India and just force them to trade into Burma, and that's about it. So we're still holding on. I don't know how I'm still holding on with the god-awful dice I've been getting as Germany, but maybe my strong Japan is counteracting that. So that's it for now, and I'll see you next time for Japan 4. Welcome back. It's Japan 4. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. So 5 infantry, 2 fighters. Looks like he's just going on the heavy air route and just trying to lightly take anything he can. Hit Burma, no losses. Novo, no loss. Did he air raid that? Son of a bitch, he did air raid that. He got away with it too. Alright, well, this round took me a lot of thinking, because he gave me a 46% chance on India, and if I got it, there's no way he could retake it. And then I could also slam more units here, and I just had to decide, do I want to take that chance? And it was just kind of eating at me for a long time, because I feel behind, but not that behind. So it was a little difficult for me to come to a conclusion onto what I wanted to do. I think I'm probably going to pass up on it, just because if I fail, I probably lose the game. So I'm gonna do 8 infantry and 2 planes to compensate for the extra unit left in Japan. Alright, first things first, he air raided us with no loss, so surely we can air raid him with no loss right back. That's how I'm told it works. I also have the opportunity to hit C-Zone 3, which is IPC positive, and if he had 2 transports, I might decide to go for that, but since he has 4 transports, and it's kind of a, middling battle at best, I think I'm going to skip out on that opportunity. And that's about it for combat. Sure hope I don't lose a fighter in this air raid. Whew. Okay, good. Protected that tank. Protected Egypt. Really want to force him to trade more of his units as UK, because when he has that many planes, every infantry is super deadly. Alright, well, let's spread our chums out. I guess I'll send this bloke here so I can start the island circuit. I'm going to move these guys here because this is more ideal because I can hit either part of Australia, which means makes my odds a little bit better. We'll move these schmucks here to, well, I'd like to ideally spook him over here from doing a med shuck, but do I actually have enough planes to do that? I don't think I do. Yeah, this guy can only go one of 2 places. Well, I'd like to put it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I just can't really. I don't have enough to spook him yet. So putting those fighters there doesn't accomplish that much. Let's move that guy to Karelia. Let's move everything up there. Now here's where I have some decisions to make. I guess probably spook a guy there. I can defend Alaska by doing this and moving the fighter there and the destroyer here. And that will make it so he no longer has odds on Alaska, which I think is worth doing. That's my instinct. It's worth doing. Then I can hit the Hawaiian Islands next turn. If that's what I want. Could also do it with that bloke here. Where? Yeah, I can go 1, 2, 3. I can't really hit that, can I? But I'd have a battleship, so that's worth something to bombard. So I believe this is a worthwhile posture. I'm a little afraid that I'm sending too many Japanese planes away, and I want to stop this med shuck. But he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he'll have 6 units here with another fighter. And that's not going to be appealing because the most I can have is, 5 planes and 1 sub in range. Unless I want to move my fleet here, but I'm just terrified to do that because he has his fleet, he has 6 planes in range, and they can just easily get penned up and killed. So I don't know, maybe I should move it into the Mediterranean, but I don't feel like that's the right choice, especially with so many UK planes coming. I'm gonna need everything I can to defend my holdings. I want to put 1 infantry in each of these places. I don't want to do 2 because that presents too efficient of a trade for Japan. And we're just going to move this big bulk up here to try to trade these places. I'm probably not going to be able to contest Kazakh for at least another couple turns, so why bother taking something I can't have when I can try to trade these territories as much as I can and put some more pressure onto Russia, because I definitely want to cut down on Russia's income and force. I want them to be abandoning West Russia as soon as possible so I can get more German income and hemorrhage fewer units every turn. I'm always a little nervous with how many units I put in, because I don't really have to worry about defending this for this turn, so I'm always just a smidgen nervous about having too many guys there. Because what if I want to go to West Russia or something? Then I can't, because I have all these Japanese planes here. It's always a struggle. I'm also a little tempted to put these planes in range of India, because he's defending it very, very lightly, and I don't like giving him cheap holds, but I don't think I really have any better options right now, unfortunately. I think I just have to let him get away with his skimpy defense. Alright, so, well, at least Japan's looking solid. It's just Germany that's getting holes pierced into them every which way. Let me make sure everything's defended here. Nothing can hit C-Zone 61, right? The sub can't hit it. Fighter 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no tanks to blitz these territories for the United Kingdom. I think we're secure. And we get the Alaska income for a little bit longer. Never underestimate holding a little bit of income over the opponent. Because we have 10 attack power and 3 units. He has 7 attack power and 3 units. He shouldn't take that attack. Yeah. Little things like what we're doing there in Alaska add up over time. It absolutely can win you games. Alright. Let's look at the scoreboard. It should be getting tighter. Yeah, we're only 20 ahead in the US's turn, so he's probably going to be ahead in attack power after Russia's turn. But we are working on the income quotient. We're at 87, though Germany's certainly not going to hold that, and he's in the 90s, but, 90, is it 95, 70, yeah, 95. So we're shrinking the income gap, and once we finish the island circuit, hopefully we'll be able to hold on for dear life long enough to get back in control of this game. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Germany 5. Alright, welcome back. It's Germany 5. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. Bought more air and more land units. So it looks like we got him to invest some more over into Western US. So that's good. Combat. No losses Libya. He air raided the tank and didn't get a hit back. Man, I don't think I've gotten a single fighter from all his air raids. Kind of getting punked here. Well, hopefully as Russia went worse. No losses. No losses. So, well, he had a perfect round. That sucks, but yeah, you can see now we're behind in attack power, and that's not super great. so let's see what we can get done. Just gonna do a full infantry buy here. How do I want to allocate my planes? Perhaps, yeah. This might be the most important. This is the least important to capture. I think this is all I can afford to do. He graciously offered us an AA gun, and I will take it. Thankfully, he doesn't have much pressure going on. Oh, of course, he hits back. Where's my perfect round? On Karelia, so I'm able to defend it less than I would normally. Oh, man. That's 2 out of 3 that hit back. I can't, against a top player, you can't afford to be unlucky. Okay, at least he didn't hit anything there. Alright, so he got average hitbacks. Yeah, we killed 6 infantry that got 2 hitbacks. I mean, averages. Not what I'm exactly shooting for here, but sometimes we gotta take it. So, the next question is, can I hold Berlin? He can hit me with 4 infantry, 3 artillery, a tank, 4 fighters, 2 cruisers, and I'm going to have... Where are my AA guns? I'm gonna have 11 infantry and then artillery. No, that's an 86% capture. That's not what we're shooting for. Maybe if I take that AA gun back. How does that look now? Okay, what if I only put 2 infantry here? Now what are we looking at? Maybe I can transfer the Japanese fighters down here at the end of the turn, depending on what happens. Yeah, I don't like leaving this quite so light. Gives him a 48% capture. What if I move 1 fighter here? 21% capture. I think we're starting to get to the point where I can live with it. Shoot. I hate giving him these odds. 8 safe here. It's technically not safe. What can you hit Karelia with? Let's see, I'm gonna have 10 infantry, 2 artillery, a tank, 4 plane. Maybe I can keep things safe if I cut some planes. How many planes do I actually need here to be safe? You can hit this with 7. Maybe I only need 2 and the rest can chill here. That should be enough, right? For infantry, if I take away the AA gun in Berlin, it's still good. Okay, I think I can live with this. Having to do a tightrope walk. How come I can't get 2 perfect rounds in a row, huh? Where are my perfect rounds? I want more of those. But, especially with Germany. Japan is nice, but Germany's the real thing that determines if you last in a game. Alright, well, I think this is as good as I'm going to get. I guess I can start deleting. Oh, these are Japanese markers. Yeah, sometimes I like to leave markers up. Doing a real tightrope walk here. Yeah, maybe I'll put a little note just to remind myself, hey, you might want to take a look up over there. See if things are actually as safe and secure as you think they are. I don't know if I put enough units in France. France is probably going to be a little bit close. It's still IPC negative if he attacks it, but it's, you know, -8 IPCs, which he might just jump on. We'll have to see. But sometimes you have to give him these borderline fights, especially. Yeah, you can see the income gap after my turn. Now I'm only 6 ahead. I'm losing ground pretty quickly. I'm never going to recover that income in Africa. I've been trading poorly, haven't been getting hit backs, and I mean, I've been hitting average, but the problem is on his turn he's been doing a bit better than he should, which is starting to really ramp up the pressure on us. So anyway, that's it for now, and I'll see you guys next time for Japan 5. Welcome back. It's Japan 5. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. Decided to go for a full land buy this turn. So his combat, he took Baltic states, lost 1 infantry. Did the suicide bombard, it looks like, on Karelia. I don't need to see. I know what he did, since it says he didn't retreat with anything, so he missed everything, so that's good. No hitbacks in Northwestern Europe, no hitbacks Novo, no hitbacks Burma. So, pretty middling round. It was, he got good luck everywhere, but he got bad luck there, so probably evened out. Really wish I could get a couple more hitbacks on him, but that's how it goes. So for this turn, I looked at the board and I thought, what do I want to do? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send these guys to Australia. I'm going to bail out these poor schmucks that are on death row, send them to Hawaii, because I'd rather take those units there than give them a really IPC positive trade. Might as well just give it to them for free. We've gotten this, with this turn, that'll be 6 IPCs out of there, and denied him 4. So that's pretty good. So since I'm only going to be unloading with these 2 transports, I'm only going to buy 7 infantry, which gives us enough money for 2 bombers, since I'm going to have more than I could unload here, because I wasn't sure what he was going to do, and it's not like I could have done much else with an extra 6 IPCs. So let's lock and load. use the artillery here. Artilleries are meant to be used. You can't hit anything interesting, right? Sometimes I like to place bombers here. Alright, we'll add the battleship. Hopefully the battleship hits and we don't get some risky attack. I'm going to attack that guy from this position. And you might be wondering, well, why don't you do it from here? The reason is, if this fails, which, heaven help me, it sometimes does, I'll be able to just pick up an extra infantry here or here and unload. Whereas if I was in C-Zone 39, I'd be like, well, crap, I guess I gotta wait another turn to attack. Alright. And I am purposely not using this bloke here because I want to put it in Italy. I don't think he's going to hit Italy, but it's just hard to tell sometimes, you know. It makes it more IPC negative for him. It's like I calculated it out and it's like a 1.1 IPC profit to hit this, and I'd just rather not allow him to trade with Germany. Just put my foot down and say it's just never going to happen between us, USA. So one of the good things looking at this board is while he's putting a lot of pressure on me, he doesn't have any big doom stacks up with the US. He's been funneling a lot into Africa, I think largely due to that, you know, Anglo-Egypt attack. He had to react very strongly. I mean, he got good luck, but he had to react strongly because he doesn't want me blitzing all over Africa. And that has seriously delayed his Finshuck, along with the Alaska attack. So I think strategically we've been playing a great game thus far, and it's starting to pay off. That's a little interesting. I can hit that with the bomber. Not that I think I will. Do I want to use the artillery here or not is another question. Let's just quickly punch that into the calculator just to see how that looks. It makes no difference on the IPC positive scale, which tells me I shouldn't do it, because if I survive, I'd like an infantry to take the counterattack rather than an artillery. Let me just make sure he can't take this out, right? He only has 3 planes in range. Shouldn't have any planes in range here. Why is he sending US troops down south? That's kind of weird. Does he think I was trying an India play because I built up units in Yunnan? Maybe that's what he thought. Huh. Well, whatever. Okay. Most important battle first. Hawaii. Oh, please don't miss battleship. Okay, good battleship. Good battleship. You get a nice little treat. Nice. Ah, fortune is smiling upon me this round. Oh, maybe I hope I didn't speak too soon. I'll take 1 hit back there. I will accept that. Well, we killed 6. We lost 2. Killed 7 actually. So that's average. I can be happy with average. You know, I don't need a super model. averages sounds good to me. I wonder if I should have hit Australia there. That's something to consider. Man, I'm like, maybe... you know, I just didn't consider that. Maybe I should have hit Australia. I guess that would have denied him an extra IPC. But I really would like to ramp up my pressure on... Russia. Hard to say. Okay, these blokes moving to Karelia. Karelia is the sort of death clock for the Axis, you know, along with France and some other places. But as long as I can hold Karelia locked tight, I'm usually in a pretty good spot. Okay, we'll put the fighter here to give it a little bit more pressure on India. Well, I definitely want to move this bloke away. Question is where? I think I'll just move these two schmucks here. Calling my own fighters schmucks. I guess I can move that there to help trade and get in range of Karelia. I don't really have a super big use for this sub since I have the two destroyers surviving. That just grants me so much space. So maybe I will send this submarine over around the bend of Africa and get myself in position to just, you know, put some pressure on his navy. If he wants to send more to Africa, it will cost him. So that's the plan. Yeah, I'm feeling a little regret for not going to 46. It kind of, well, maybe, no, I'm glad I didn't, because that means I'd have another turn where I'm only moving 4 units from Japan, and I think losing the 2 IPC, 1 for me, -1 for him, is probably worth keeping smoother logistics. Or that's what I'm telling myself, at least. Okay. Very happy that I got to move these Archangel guys to Karelia. As long as we can keep France and Karelia locked up tight, eventually Moscow will fall. I mean, unless we're just getting insanely bad dice, Moscow will eventually fall, and that's a good thing when you're the Axis. Is this safe? Yeah, that's safe. You can't really hit it with tanks, and he's certainly not going to just do a pure air raid on a bunch of infantry and fighters. Okay, that was a good turn. When I get average, I get so happy. Especially when these islands turn out well, because if you fail the islands and have to delay a turn and then like fight 1 infantry and some planes against 1 or 2 guys, it's just, it can really delay a lot of things, and not in a good way. This is safe, right? Okay, well, I am liking the way that this is looking, much more so than a few turns ago. Really happy with how we've played Japan and distracting the US here and here. I think that's, if we didn't do the moves that we did, we'd be in a much worse spot if he could just focus on railing Germany. Alright. Always paranoid about these naked transports. You know what? Hold on. One small adjustment. I would like 2 infantry here, and And the reason for that is to pressure Alaska. I got 2 infantry and the battleship, and I can, if he decides to send all of his stuff away, I can take back Alaska if it pleases me, and it probably will please me. Actually, with that in mind, maybe I'll put this fighter, let's see, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna put the fighter here, so it's in range of Alaska. And I think I'm gonna do the same with this fighter, just to be a little cheeky. This gives me less pressure on India, but I think having the option to go after Alaska is worth it. I know as an allied player, I absolutely hate it when Japan goes after it, because then you have to defend Western US, you have to take it back, distracts from your logistics that you planned out. It's quite obnoxious. And these guys are still going to be in range to trade here, so that's a good thing. Yeah, and if I have infantry, I can even use my fighters to trade off against the UK, save the Germans some money, and put their planes to better use elsewhere. Check my defense profiles. Okay, good. Yeah, I just like to double check. I've made mistakes before from not double checking all of my moves. Alright, look at that. Perfect logistics setup next turn. Got the 6 infantry ready to rock and roll. Gonna take all the islands next turn. These guys can prep for our Madagascar landing. And we're gonna be... This isn't a real gap, 10 IPC gap. He's been trading better than me for the last couple turns. But income-wise, we're starting to get into a good spot. Or at least that's what I think we're doing. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. Once we can trade all of these, have all the islands, Madagascar, we'll be IPC even, and that is something to celebrate. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Germany 6. Welcome back. It's Germany 6, and let's take a look what Snoopy did. Looks like he bought 2 more transports, or 1 more transport and 10 land units. So he's pretty much got his full fleet set up now. He has 6, 7, 8. Yeah, usually you want 8 to 9 is kind of the golden number for the US logistics. Took Egypt, Transjordan, Southern Europe for free. Killed 2, lost to Italy, so you got a good result there. Kazakh didn't hit a thing, so good round for his USA. Russia killed 2, lost 1. Nothing, just average there. Noticed he left that AA gun out in the open. I have to feel that's a mistake, because that doesn't really make any sense to me why he would do that. I don't know, he could have just put an infantry there and it would have forced me to commit something, but hey, I'll take it. So I'm going to buy 10 infantry, 2 artillery. I usually don't like buying artillery, but he has a lot of transports, and I'm just a little bit gun-shy here, so I want to be safe and make sure I have enough artillery to take out his units. So let's I'm only going to send 1 bloke here, and the reason for that is he's gonna take this anyway next turn. So if I fail to take it, it's it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. Whereas if, you know, other places it's not necessarily free. He has a bajillion planes all aiming at here, and I don't really feel like giving him anything more than that. Alright, I think this is about it. I'm trying to trade everything relatively lightly because I am playing Refugee Germany. I'm just trying to survive. I ran the numbers. There's no way I can hold Italy and France. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to hold Italy. And you guys might be thinking, hey, Blacktide, you know, France is worth twice what Italy's worth. And I would respond to you, yes, I know that. However, in order to pressure France, or Italy, he needs to land, keep transports here, and keep funneling a huge amount of units down here, which is really not what he wants to do, unless he's getting huge trades or able to... Yeah, he basically needs huge trades to make it worthwhile. And I don't want to give that to him, because if we just make him take all of this just to take Southern Europe every turn, then it's just a waste of units, and he's going to have to pull out. Whereas if I try to stack France, he can take these 2 territories for 5 IPCs every turn, trade 4 units in to me instead of 2, or at least that's how I look at it. I value, ironically, Italy more than Southern Europe, even though it's going to take me 20 units to protect this wild, but that's what it takes. Alright, nice. Nice. And the riskiest of them all. Nice, got it. Okay. Good turn. Killed 3, lost 1. I guess we killed 4, lost 1, so that's the smiley side of average right there. Okay, let's move everything into Karelia to deter a 2-1 attack from him. I have to give up France. I know, it's sad. And I want to have at least 20 infantry here. Infantry and artillery. So I have... I don't really want the artillery there. So we have 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll put 2 units here. I'm going to put 1 infantry here, which may seem a little strange, but there's a reason for it. And the reason is I think he might move his fleet to hit Bulgaria, Romania with just 1 infantry. I don't know. Would he do that? Can he defend both? Huh. Maybe not. Maybe not. He has a lot of planes. I don't want to... I don't know if I want to put the guy there. I'm a little torn. I want my fighters as much as I can in Berlin. And the reason for that is... maybe I should even put an extra guy here. I want to be able to threaten his Medshock. I want to say, hey, keep your planes pinned there if you want to dance with me. Now the question is, yeah, he can hit this with 6 fighters, a bomber. He knows now that I'm AA second. Do I put an extra infantry in there? Because it's -6 IPC. It's -12 IPCs at the current attack. I don't think he's going to go for -12. Just want to make sure that's actually correct. If you put these fighters there in Libya, then he could hit with an additional fighter, but as it stands, he cannot. Should be really safe here in Berlin with all those fighters. Move these blokes forward here to trade out Ukraine and move some guys into Bello if possible. I want to maintain this stack to the best of my abilities. You know what? Maybe I'll just put an extra fighter there. That will accomplish a similar goal, and a fighter can exit the Italy a lot easier than the infantry can. We're getting really tight. I feel like I'm a mathematician whenever I play Germany. I have to calculate and simulate so many different attacks that it actually gives me a headache sometimes. It's wild, but at least we have some Japanese infantry here, so I can trade Baltic states with 1 infantry if need be, instead of having to put in 2 to make sure I get the capture. So that will be an efficiency gain, hopefully. I think we're done here. Just want to make sure that I can stop a France stack, and I believe I can. Should be able to stop it pretty convincingly. One extra infantry there. I don't know. No, I don't think it's important in Italy. I think keeping Karelia tight is probably more important. I haven't been able to reinforce it for the last couple turns. I've just been building 2 here, 2 here, and I'd really like to send some more guys up there. Alright, well, I imagine he's gonna definitely be hitting these with UK. He can't allow me to keep keep shoveling guys into Karelia or risk a potential Moscow capture. Or at least that's what I would do if I were him. Alright, that should be safe. So funny, 20 infantry in Italy. So weird. He really can hit me with that much. It's kind of wild. Ah, I hate giving up France, but I know it's the right decision. Yeah, we're on that. Yeah, you can see the attack power gains are starting to stabilize now. You know, Russia's, yeah, they're, let's look at the total income now. 70, 80, they're at 95, and we're around 84, so we're still a little behind them, but once we take these 2 territories, that's going to lower the gap. Madagascar will lower the gap a little bit, and it should get pretty close to even if we get our move on. So anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 6. Welcome back. It's now Japan 6. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. He bought 7 land units and a bomber. And he's doing quite the number on us with the UK, chipping away at the whole coast, getting Germany to huddle and shiver in their boots. So, yeah, that's about all we got going on. For combat, took France for free. Northwest, no losses. 1 hit back, Baltic. Got 2 hit backs in Archangel, and that's nice. That's nice. Nothing in Burma, so got slightly above average hitbacks, which is nice. I will definitely take that. And let's get into the buy. So my overall plan is I'm going to finish taking these islands. I want to posture my fleet here to take Madagascar. And yeah, that's it. And then I'm just going to spend the excess on planes. I don't think it's worthwhile for me to go for Alaska. I could potentially just take it to just drop 1 infantry off there to just say, hey, that's slightly positive, but I'm kind of... I feel that cranking up the pressure on Russia is more important right now, because Germany's starting to feel the pinch. Like, I offered him basically a barely IPC positive France stack for us, and I was a little nervous. I'm like, should I have done that? But I think Snoopy went for the more conservative play and just traded the coast, which was probably the smart decision. But you know, whenever I kind of leave the game's future in the dice's hands, I get a little anxious. So yeah, let's get on with the show. Just gonna move them both here because I'm gonna move my fleet hither. I'm going to pick up both of these units, and the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to have... I'd rather have a unit in Solomon Islands than Hawaii. And some of you might say, well, Blacktide, if you keep it in Hawaii, that can prevent him from putting a transport and taking it cheaply. In which case, I'm like, well, I don't really care. I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal if he wants to spend his resources doing that. But the other reason is this is easier to take. So if I have a transport here, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and by the 3rd turn, it's dropped off in Yunnan. But if I take something from here, it has to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, it takes 4 turns instead of 3. And that's the reason I move them thusly. Okay. Did I have a plan for this guy? I have a plan for him to do something? I don't think I did. Kinda a little tempted to hit 8, but that wouldn't be a wise fight for me. Oh yes, this was his plan. I wanted to hit Baltic. Good. Ah, it's so tempting. He doesn't have any planes or anything that can stop me in Alaska, but I really don't want to trade 2 infantry into 4 units. That's kind of too IPC negative for me. Yeah, we'll just focus on Russia and let the US live in peace. They already have enough units here to where if I land, it's not really going to inconvenience them in any material way. So we'll skip that for now. And you guys, I don't know if you guys notice, but I am very purposeful on where I'm sending each of my planes and infantry. Like, you notice I attack Karelia from Kazakh. And that's because Szechuan, sorry, yeah, Kazakh from Szechuan, because I have less movement range on the guys here, whereas I don't want to use Novo because I want to send that to Vologda, send 2 infantry to Archangel, and keep forcing him to trade 2 units a turn for Archangel instead of hitting something more meaningful like the German territories. How far can you reach? Okay, you can't reach there. Okay, I think we're good here. And I'm always trading 2 into Burma because I want UK to burn their units. I want them to trade units every turn, ideally 2 units into Burma. I want him trading here with the units that are fresh off the boat and not over here against units that, you know, are a couple turns marching from the shore. Excellent. And the most important one of all. Nice. Perfect turn. He should have got 1 hit back, and he got 0. More of this, more of this. I'm gonna put an X. Can I stack this? I think I can actually stack here, can't I? Well, no. Not with the UK. Not with the UK. The UK has a lot of planes and crap there. Can't stack that quite yet. I'm going to move the artillery down here because I'd like to have 3 units here trading, but... Oh, actually, I don't have that many. Okay, never mind. This guy's staying here. I want at least 3 units in the pipe. I guess I'll... If I have a choice, I'd rather have the bombers there. I'd rather have the bomber here than in Berlin, so it can potentially hit India. Alright. Let's start really building up the Japanese fleet here, and next turn we can move to Berlin to contest the Medshuk. This is going to heavily deter him from going into Sea Zone 5 again, because I have 6 planes here now, so he's going to need to be pretty tight on his defense, and I have these 2 bombers here. Let me make sure that's safe. Can he hit that with 6 planes against 6? Yeah, that should be super safe. Okay, let's move the naval units. I guess I'll move that bloke there. I don't know how many units I actually want here. I believe the fighters are better off here. And the reason is if I want to defend this sea zone, I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. But if they're here, I can also, you know, attack some stuff too if that's what I want. Let me just make sure. What are his odds? 3 fighters against 2 fighters. Ironically, is IPC negative? What if he retreats when there's 1 unit left? It's IPC positive then, huh? Do I want to offer him that, is the question. See, if the fighters go here, they can go 1, 2, 3. You know, I don't think I really need fighters here because he can't really defend it. He'd have to move his fighters down to South Africa, and that just doesn't really make sense. And I have a lot of boats. I got a lot of boats. Okay, let's chug this aircraft carrier somewhere useful. I don't know if I want to take this guy to go down to South Africa, because the reason I hate doing this is because if I go here, the US just has to plop their fleet there, and then I have to scoot my butt all the way around. So I tend to be a little reluctant to go that route with my Navy. Oh yes, let's move those blokes. And I'm actually rather happy with this destroyer here. It kind of zones out his US destroyer. If he places, if he gets like a bomber in range, then yeah, I'll pull him away. But I have to say, having two destroyers just makes your Navy movement so much more relaxing. In fact, I don't even need to defend that guy down there, do I? I can just move this guy over here and threaten to bombard Burma. Yeah. You don't need a chaperone for a transport chaperone. Look at how safe this neighborhood is. There are no submarines in range, right? Well, there's that one. There is that one, but I'm willing to risk my cute little transport. I can always bring a chaperone back the next turn. Alright, I think this is about as good as she gets. Starting to really build up that plane force, and that's gonna start limiting his naval movements. I always wonder if sending all my Navy to the islands and stuff is a bad choice when I could be zoning out these med shucks. But I really like cleaning these units out, you know, Australia quickly and cleanly, and that's just my preference. It might be a flaw in my play, I'm not sure. You know what, with this aircraft carrier, it's not really in range of anything in 36, but if I were to move it, say, here? No. Here, that would allow me... I want to be in range of Alaska, if need be, but I also want it... And no matter what I do, it's going to take 2 turns to be, you know, as a buffer to hit India. So this might be a good compromise. Compromise spot. Have to be careful of this US bomber. It can't quite reach this, but if I hadn't captured Burma, I wouldn't be able to keep those there safely. You gotta watch bombers. Yeah, it's you can't be lazy with those blokes around. Alright, let's check the scoreboard. Only at 41. 49 income. I guess that's right, I lost Alaska. Madagascar, next turn will give me perpetual 50 or so. So we're sitting at 84. Oh, wow. He has 85 with just US and UK. Okay, income is not equalized when you don't block down France. That's for gosh darn sure. Yeah, let's look at the score. Yeah, it's staying tight, but he's gaining on us little by little. But hopefully some good old-fashioned Africa pressure forces the U.S. troops down here rather than causing a ruckus over for the Japanese. So interesting game. I still think we're in a little bit of a tight spot, but as we build up more and more planes, we're up to 5 bombers. We got, how many fighters? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fighters, 5 bombers. That's 13 planes. You can really start to do some damage. And next turn, you know, when we do a Corellia stack, we're basically saying that UK has to either get some help from the US or they just can't drop in this area. So that's a good thing once you get to that critical mass. And that's really when the Axis starts hitting their stride, because naval defense costs more than planes. And planes do more than Navy. Navy just sit there and defend. Planes can attack land and the sea. So that's usually, if the game goes long enough, the way Axis loses at the top, or wins at the top level, is just the sheer amount of Japan planes are just too difficult for the Allies to handle. They basically can only land in one spot from that point on. Anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you next time for Germany 7. Welcome back. It's Germany 7. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. So he bought 2 transports, a bomber, and only 5 land units. So that's interesting. That's telling me that he's not planning to optimize his logistics. He put it in Western US. He wants to shoo away this destroyer, so I can't be quite so brazen with my transports. So for combat, he hit Ukraine with 2 air units. Man, he's been getting really lucky with his air raids. He's been pretty damn efficient with them. I don't know if I've shot down any. Maybe I've shot down 1 fighter? 0 fighters the whole game? Anyway. Russia, he took Bellow cleanly, lost 1 Archangel, kicked his ass in Kazakh. What did he hit Kazakh with? Only 3 units. Okay, that makes sense. Took Vologda, so nothing too special here. He took a lot of middling attacks and probably got about the result he deserved. So, looking at this board, it looks like he has the idea of a Northwestern Europe stack that will probably transition into a France stack if we let him get away with it, which I'm certainly not going to. So I'm going to buy 9 infantry, 2 artillery to increase the teeth of this giant glob of infantry we have. Okay, so we'll take this for free. We'll hit that. Any special strikes with our bomber? Whoa. The game kind of glitched out there. How many do I have going to France? This should be enough, right? Okay, calculator. What are my odds of capture here? 97.5%. I can live with that. I say I can live with that. He actually gave me a 7 IPC profit on Northwestern Europe, but I'm just not going to, I'm not going to go for it. I'd rather take these territories cleanly than maybe probably wipe this for a minimal profit. I'm feeling increasingly comfortable with my position. I think his logistics with the US are really wonky, and he put too much effort into this big old medshuck, and that's allowed our Corellia to look really rock solid here. God damn, Snoopy. only brought 3. Jeez. Why can't my infantry hit 3 for 3, like when he does his air raids? Wow. This was a horrible turn. Oof. Okay, let's put all our fighters in Karelia, because I'm going to be trading pretty light with Karelia. I'll move 1 infantry here. I'm going to move all of these tanks back to say, hey, if you want to stack Northwestern Europe or France, it's going to cost him dearly. So this should be enough to overwhelm anything he sends my way. I'm a little tempted. I don't think there's a popsicle's chance in hell that he's going to stay there. So I'd like to think about trying to protect some of my other assets, such as possibly protecting Southern Europe here. If I put my guys here, how many infantry will I have? I'm going to build 7 here. That's going to be 26. It's going to be 30 infantry. Okay, that should be pretty good. And since his planes, well, he can reach there with 3 planes, whereas he can reach here with 5 planes. What would his odds be if he were to hit there with... Well, he'd only hit it with 2 infantry because he'd want to take it, excuse me, Italy for free. Let's see, this go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, he can hit there with more crap than I thought. Is that worth defending? The more I look at it, it doesn't look super attractive to try to hold. I think we just gotta give him these. He's earned it. He's pulled us back from Karelia. He's gonna earn those 2 territories for likely free, or if he doesn't hit Karelia, I could move my Japanese planes here and kind of deter him. So maybe I'll leave a little exclamation point for myself here. But I don't think it's worth trying to defend. It's just too middling. I don't want to put so many units down here that I allow him to stack Northwestern Europe. He has 14 fighters in range. Let's move our stack here, force him to waste a logistics turn to just shovel them up back to Finland or something, and move on with our lives. Should I move more here? How many units do I want there? I think 4 is a pretty healthy number. We have the tanks here to deter a Ukraine stack as well. Another interesting question is, do I have enough to defend France? Let me quickly run the numbers here. I probably should have calculated that earlier, but give me a minute, guys, because that'd be great if I could defend both of these instead of just one. Okay, I'm back. I ran the numbers, and I absolutely can hold both of these. It was an error for me to not stack this, because hypothetically I could have missed with my fighters and given him a second round. Turns out it didn't matter because he hit everything anyway, but slight, tiny little misplay on my part. And it's important to recognize when you make mistakes, even if they're tiny mistakes, because they can add up over time. Little infantry here, infantry there, missed capture at the highest level of play will absolutely swing games. So don't be sloppy like your good pal Blacktide here. But yeah, I can stack both, so we're good. it's a little too late to check now, but we can look at the board, and we're only 9 ahead after Germany. Well, we've been trading like crap. Like, he's been getting really heavy hit backs and hasn't been failing any of his air raids, so we're like, I don't know how we're in the game with all these tiny little nickel and dimes. I think the reason we're still in the game is all that pressure I put on Japan to distract the US and him going way too hard on the med shuck. I think that's the thing that's keeping us above water here, because our position actually doesn't look too bad, all things considered. Germany has gotten enough space to where I'm able to stack France and Karelia with a reasonable amount of safety. It's going to take them a long time to crack any of these, and that's going to give Japan all the time they need to just muster up enough places to kick down Moscow's door, or enough planes to force him to land in only one area. So, good news for now, but it's still a super tight game. So, I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 7. Welcome back. It's Japan 7. Let's take a look what Snoopy's done. It's about 7 infantry, 2 artillery, and an aircraft carrier. So that's a big win in my book, when we force the UK to spend money on an aircraft carrier instead of spending their money on, say, what I consider more impactful technologies, such as more planes, because the aircraft carrier does nothing but defend. So whenever we can force them to buy something like that just for defense, I consider it a victory. So he bombed Germany. Ouch. Hit for 5. Took Kazakh for free. Lost 1 Burma. Killed 1 Novo. No losses. What did he hit Novo with? 22 fighters. Okay, so nothing too outstanding here. So, for this turn, we're just going to keep doing our 9 land units and 2 planes. Wish I could afford 2 bombers, but I can't. So, we're going to now move our happy little train over here to Africa. I'm going to hit Burma because I would rather hit it with units that are coming from Japan than units that are in Yunnan, because that's a bit more efficient. And if you guys know me, I am all about efficiency. Okay, I think I want to do it like that. Be a shame if I don't capture, but I care more about keeping units in Karelia than maybe getting 1 IPC. Okay, let's see this fighter. I want to land it in Karelia if possible. Excuse me. Let's see. These guys have to hit here because I want them to land in Germany to Dead Zone C-Zone 15, and this is the only place they can attack 1, 2, 3, 4, and still get back to Berlin. Let's see, I guess this guy can go hither. And I'll add that bloke there just to increase our odds of 1 rounding. What do I want to do with this? I guess I can send him there. This single battleship should be enough to defend. Then I can land 2 planes, this plane and this plane, to defend C-Zone 36. He's shooing me away with this bomber, so I'll have to pull back my poor destroyer, have him limp back, and allow this nefarious submarine to have its way with us in the Pacific again. But nothing for it outside of, like, wanting to defend this with an aircraft carrier and crap, which I don't have time for that. Just making sure all my stuff will be safe. I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. Right. And this destroyer, so that should keep that safe. 6 units against his 6. I'll have more attack power and the extra battleship hit, so he shouldn't want to take that fight. Okay, I think this is as good as it gets. Wow, I missed with everything. Well, didn't matter in the end. Getting tired of him just air raiding and me not hitting planes. When am I gonna start hitting his planes? I want to lodge a complaint. Son of a... Darn it. Ah, I missed the income there. Got the 1 out of 9. Ouch, man. His Russian hit packs have been brutal. That's really gonna hurt. I'm missing, 3 IPCs, and he might not even have traded back for those. Well, let's send some more guys up there to increase the pressure. That really sucks. Hate it when that happens, but not much you can do. Put this guy, where do I want him? Do I want him here? This is a better spot because I can land in either of these 2 sea zones. I guess, 46 is puppy guarded. I love that word puppy guard from elementary school. Let's put this guy here so I have the option to either potentially put it to Alaska if I want. And it helps zone out this sub to a reasonable degree. Wait, no, it's not safe there. I can't put it there. I have to move it here, because he can 1, 2, 3. I don't think he'd hit his bomber for a destroyer, but... I don't know. Do I want to give him that opportunity? You know what? I don't really care about this destroyer at this point in the game. If he wants to take a chance with his bomber, then so be it. There's no real reason that I'd want those in Berlin over Karelia, because Karelia gives me more pressure on put this here to have more India pressure. Karelia gives me more pressure to hit India and some other places, where if I'm in Berlin, it doesn't give me that much added range and utility. Man, that round really sucked. Quite unfortunate. I guess I can just leave this guy here. Puts a little bit pressure on him if he wants to go down to Africa. Oh, I'm gonna miss that income. Yeah, 47. I want it to be 50. Shoot. shoot. Well, sometimes you just can't have it all. I'll say for my bombers here. Pretty safe. He has, we can 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's not gonna hit 3 infantry and the fighter and bomber. That would be. I'd probably get 3 hit backs, just eyeballing it. Yeah, I doubt he'd go for that. And then he'd have to land his planes here. Losing both of those stink. As Russia's quite strong at 51. He's been doing all of these air raids and getting a lot more income, and he hasn't been paying the plain price for it. He's just been getting it for free. That's causing us a lot of issues. Alright, well, we're doing the best we can. I feel pretty happy with how I've been playing this game. I think despite some rough rolls, we've been fighting above our weight class here. Should be free of the med chuck, and if we aren't, I will absolutely annihilate whatever he puts there. Check my defense profile, AA protection, so he can't bombard me out of my precious AA guns. Really annoying that he can still afford to stack West Russia here. Well, is what it is. Is this safe? 1, 2, 3. He has bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, dead. Okay, should be safe. Now that we got that nice aircraft carrier there, I can get a little bit more mobility on that fighter, so I can trade with Burma if it pleases me, and it would please me. Alright, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, we are 16 ahead. Yeah, well, we've just been getting these really crappy trades. Like, we're the 2 places where I couldn't afford hitbacks, or 100% hitbacks is where we got them. Everywhere else I had a buffer. All the places where I hit with 2, they said, oh no, we don't need to hit back. There's no point. Oh well, I guess we're going to give Russia an extra infantry and me 1 less, and another turn he's not going to have to trade. He has 0 artillery. Huh. Anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Germany 8. Welcome back. It's Germany 8. Let's take a look what Snoopy's done. So, looks like he's buying a lot more transports for the US. He has 9, 10, 11, 12 transports. Kind of surprises me. I don't think he can support 12 transports. If you buy 12 transports, that means you need to buy 12 units a turn, right? Because they go every other turn. Yeah, that's going to be 36. He won't have money to buy anything but infantry with 12 transports. So that's a little interesting. Combat, he air raided Kazakh with 1 infantry, lost 1, hit Belorussia, finally got a hit back. And it surprised me a little that he went for this C-Zone 59 with his bomber, because it's a 50, I think it's like a 53% chance or something that he, or actually I think it's like a 43 or 47% chance I killed the bomber with the destroyer. He got lucky, but it seems like a little strange attack from my perspective, because it doesn't accomplish a lot, whereas this bomber's worth a lot more in my mind. So he must be starting to feel behind if he's taking, in my mind, funky attacks, but it doesn't really do much against Japan. I feel that bomber would have been better spent bombing Berlin, but that's my opinion. So I had a couple ways we could go this turn. He gave us a 53% chance to clear C-Zone 3, which could be game-winning. He gave us really good odds in C-Zone 8, and I was a little tempted to take these attacks. But when I look at the state of the board, let's see, after his turn, we're down 3 attack power, and that tells me we're in pretty good shape. Like, we're probably not going to need to send any more units to France to defend it. He can't even stack Finland yet. He will next turn, probably, be able to stack Finland, but we're pretty good with Germany in terms of the infantry stacks. He took too long messing around in the Med, stack shifting from Northwestern. Problem is his air raids have been amazing, and Japan doesn't have a lot of infantry built up, but hopefully we'll be able to last long enough with Germany to remedy that. So I'm just going to buy nothing but land units, maybe one more artillery for Berlin just to get rid of any possible chance of him stacking Northwestern or something silly like that. Oh, I really want to hit this. Ah, it's so tempting. I want to hit this too, but when I feel I'm in a decent spot, I probably shouldn't take big risks like that. Because if we clear this, that's amazing. If we hit this and he gets 2 hit backs, that kind of stings. Even though it's a positive trade, it doesn't accomplish too much. I mean, it makes it easier for Japan to shoot things down, but not a whole lot aside from that. Yeah, I think we're just going to take a little bit of a boring turn here. Alright, got it. Of course he has to get his Russian hit back. Alright, so I'll just put my guys here for a little bit more range. 1, 2, 3 to make that safer. I'm gonna send all of these guys back up, and we should be pretty safe here in Berlin. There shouldn't be any odds. We're gonna, how many units are we gonna have? We're gonna have 9 infantry. There should be no chance. And I'm actually going to put 2 infantry here. I think that's okay. Is that okay? I don't think he can move his navy here, right? He has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 units he can land here, and I'll have 10 planes I can hit that with. Maybe I'll just add a second guy up here to encourage trading with Germany and discourage air raids. Alright, I think that's good enough. And yes, I purposely didn't take Archangel rather, because I don't want to be trading German units. They're very precious right now. I'd rather take that with Japan and have them trade out with the Japanese infantry. What I'm trying to do with Germany here is... man, our income's so low. I'm just trying to build giant stacks of infantry like we have in France. This is probably about all we'll need to be safe for the rest of the game. Maybe a few more if he gets more planes in range. But I just want to have this stacked so I can send just about everything I make up towards Karelia, and with the Japanese slipping in some units and adding more fighters, it's going to take a long time before he can crack us in any area, and that should hopefully give Japan more than enough time to take out Russia. But man, he's so much more income than he should have. His air raids have just been super, super profitable. Well, anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 8. Alright, welcome back. It's Japan 8. Let's take a look at what Snoopy's done. So it looks like he bought a tank for India and just land unit buy. So from the looks of things, he's preparing to do a Karelia crunch. And that's pretty typical. So for combat, hit Novo, hit Burma, we got one hit back. Nothing too outstanding there. So I was looking at the board, and I have a couple things I can do here. I can hit South Africa if I want, but that doesn't super appeal to me because he can just move these guys down here, take it back. He has a bomber, a bombard. I don't have enough firepower to take out his ships unless I want to move bombers down, which isn't super appealing to me. I'd have to move them there, and I can, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'd have to move the bombers here, so I don't know. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could do that, move the bombers down, but kind of just puts my fleet out of position, and it doesn't accomplish too much, because even if I take it, he can just march, he'll march these guys down and then kill it the next turn. So rather than spend a bunch of resources to take 2 IPCs, I'd rather just send them back. I got the income, so I might as well send it back and maybe use this transport to start cleaning up some more of the islands a little bit faster. So since we failed to get those territories last turn, it's just a 2 fighter buy here. Let's disengage that submarine. Do I want to use bombers to hit this as well? Guess I'll use this bomber. But where do I want it to hit? Because I want to land the bombers in France, so if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, I can't land in France. I want to land in France to make it really annoying to move his navy. I want him to not guard C-Zone 10. I want him to just go to C-Zone 1 and ferry units that way, so I don't have to defend France as tightly. So I'm going to skimp a little this turn on attacking units. I guess I could throw this bloke in. I don't super need to have that many fighters here. It's not that material that I do so. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying. This sub's gonna move in here and start bugging me, so I'm gonna have to move a destroyer back and move this aircraft carrier here, which is a little annoying because it means I can't defend this zone, or sorry, I can't launch guys off here to Burma. If I want, I'm just gonna have nothing for them to attack. But well, actually, let's see. If I capture this, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have enough to scare him away. I'll run the numbers after, assuming I capture Burma. this one, right? Nice. Nice. Good stuff. Can't complain about perfection, even if it's not super impactful. I will still take it. Alright, since these blokes are getting all up in our grill, I'll just move him away. We'll take you, unload here. You can only unload there. I'll take him and also unload him here to increase my pressure on India. I'd like him to defend it with as few units as possible. I'm going to move a second infantry here because I want Russia to either have to trade here or I want him to be forced to allow me to add more units to Kwangtung, or sorry, Karelia. Okay, I don't need artillery super much here. I'd rather have more infantry. Oh, I've made so little progress. Well, actually, let's run the numbers. He can go 1, 2, 3. He can only hit this with a, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can only hit this with 4 infantry. I guess I don't have to move that second aircraft carrier there, right? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 units against 4. His sub isn't in range. Bomber can't hit it. That should be sufficient to keep myself alive. Even if he buys an aircraft carrier here, he still has poor odds. Do I want to put a bomber here? I'm gonna say no. We'll put the fighter here to get it closer. Another option is if he ever moves all of his units up, I can just take all of these planes and shrink them right back down near to India and give him terrifying odds with all these planes and force him to hole up there and not move. Oh, did I do this right? I move every, I guess I do have 5 transports, huh? Alright, I think this is good. We're starting to finally, asterisks, finally build up some pressure on Russia. It's taken way too long because of his insanely good air raids. Ugh. Snoopy really is a master of the air raids. But now that we got all the islands and we're bringing our full pressure to bear, our air force is starting to get very strong to the point where the UK is actually buying aircraft carriers. That's a good sign. The problem is Russia's just way too rich. It says 59 attack power, but almost all of that's infantry. He only has 3 artillery. Oof, that's gonna be tough to break. We're in for a slog here. Bomber 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he can't hit that. All this Russian income is really frustrating. Well, we've done what we can. I think I don't regret any of my plays. I think we've been playing a pretty top-tier game here. One bomber. Only one bomber there. Yeah, he's not gonna do any funny business for one bomber. Just wondered, I'm like, you know, he could air raid this with the US and then take the tank and fighter out there to try to kill 2 transports and then leave his bomber for dead there, but that's an awfully long chain of IPC negative events for a 2 IPC profit. Well, we're back to 50, and this is probably where we're going to stay for the rest of the game. He's got just a little bit too much air and US forces down in Africa for it to be worth my while to go in there. Yeah, we're only up 8 attack power after our turn. It's really a neck and neck game. So now it's just going to be an arms race to see if he can break Karelia before I break Moscow. And Moscow's really beefy, and he's got a lot of planes, a lot of planes. I'm probably going to have to go after Caucasus before I ever have any chance of breaking that. Yeah, we got a long way to go on this game. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Germany 9. Welcome back, it's Germany 9. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So, he bought another fighter, 10 infantry. Looked like he sacrificed a transport here to take Archangel, no losses. What do you hit with? Took Kazakh, air raid. No, he didn't air raid it. He just killed it. Air raided Ukraine with no losses. Oh man, he's doing so well with these air raids. It's quite frustrating. Russia bought more inf art. Hit Bello. Hit Vologda. So overall, pretty darn sweet round for him. And once again, Russia's getting 23 IPCs. Oh, it's killing me. So for this turn, I'm going to buy another AA for Karelia, and I'm just going to buy a bunch of infantry. So I guess I'm also going to take out that freebie plane he has there, or freebie transport, asterisk freebie. Yeah, not much to do. He's done a great job cutting off Karelia reinforcements. He's been quite economical while doing it. Yeah, Snoopy's gotten amazing air raids this game. I think I've only gotten one plane thus far. It's super frustrating. Oh, that's right. How many do I need here? What did I write in my note? 28 infantry. Okay. So I got 1, that's 26, 27, 28. I want to add a second infantry here to force him to trade more. Because he's just been air raiding it like a happy little camper. I don't think I do. I'm probably next turn going to have to abandon France and just pull all that up forward and then move all my stack up towards Karelia. I can't do it this turn because of the bombers, but I probably have to do it next turn. as unfortunate as that is. I have no idea how we're still in this game. He's just been dicing me apart efficiency-wise. Alright, and... guess I can get rid of these markers. I think I'll move an infantry here. Yeah, in fact, maybe I'll move... maybe I'll move 2 infantry. I don't want to move too many more, but I want to say, hey, if you want to take this out, you have to lose a transport for it. Because UK can't defend this anymore, right? They have 2, 4, 6. 6 boats plus 4 planes. It's 10. 10 planes, and I will have... sorry, 10 boats versus 11 planes. Where can this guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now? 11. Yeah, he'd have to put his whole entire fleet there. And there's no way he's going to do that, because then I'll just sink what he has there. What he might do is just send, like, sacrifice 1 transport for it, but I'm willing to allow him that trade. Because I need to add more than 2 units a turn to Karelia. He's dumping in 10 to 12 units every turn with the US, and that is not something I can sustain, especially since he's still camping out West Russia. Can't believe how efficient he's been. It's absolutely ridiculous how good his air raids have been. I should have a graveyard of planes here, but instead I have a graveyard of dead Axis infantry, but that's how it goes sometimes. I am safe here, right? With these extra fighters, I should be. Put the AA gun there. Don't want to repair until I absolutely have to. We're going to finish the turn with a little bit of unspent IPC. Yeah, even after our Axis turn, we're behind now. Yeah, he's gotten crazy good dice. And it's not just like in one battle, it's just repeatedly. All these tiny little battles are just going his way, and it's really adding up in a spectacular way. It's turn 9. I have everything with Japan, and I'm not able to even stack Kazakh. He still has West Russia. This is just ridiculous the way this game's been playing out. Well, anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 9. Welcome back. It's Japan 9. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. Just 6 land units. Alright, so what's the income board looking like? 70, 80, 92 a turn to our... yeah, we're falling behind. Let's see what his results were. Killed 2, lost 2 in Burma. Hit Novo, no cap. Seriously, he hit that again? Air raids? I'm starting to seriously get irritated with how lucky he's been with these air raids. He must have killed like 10, 15 infantry, and I've shot down 1 plane with them. This is getting frustrating. Getting frustrating dealing with these dice. Alright, well, I'm just gonna buy a fighter and a bomber for this turn. And we'll just keep doing what we've been doing. I'm just gonna use 1 fighter here. These guys hit anything useful? No. Yeah, I think that's the best I can manage. Man, his air raids have been so good. So good. Alright, just gonna risk one infantry here. It's not worth that many IPC. Really? I missed that income again and give it to Russia? Jeez. Really? 2 hitbacks? Ah, sweet Jesus, this game is giving me a headache. He does the... oh my god. Oh my god, this is just heartbreaking. This is just heartbreaking. Getting a headache with this game. Guess I'll move this. Actually, I'll move one guy here so he doesn't blitz the tank. Two 1 and 9s. You lost a fighter. What are his odds here? Let me quickly run those numbers. He can hit me with 4 fighters, a bomber, a sub, and I'm gonna have 2. Okay, my odds should be pretty darn good. Yeah, 98% to survive. That's good enough. Okay, I guess I need to, well, I need to send this bloke back here. What if I remove a battleship? What are my odds there? It's still overwhelmingly good odds. Here, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's best if I add a extra aircraft carrier here, because otherwise he could hit this with, wait, his bomb equipment 1, 2, 3, 4. Nowhere to land. Okay, never mind. I don't need the aircraft carrier here. You can only hit it with the sub. This disgusting Russian income. Ugh, my nerves are just on fire. How he just gets these ridiculous air raids, and then I get, you know, I hit with 1 infantry here. It's 2 hitbacks. I just feel like I'm getting fried by these dice, just turn after turn after turn. Yeah, we're getting significantly behind now. I have no pressure as Japan. He's just air raiding everything to death, and Russia's maintaining their full bulk. I've never had a game like this where I feel I'm doing everything right, but I just can't seem to pull ahead. I'm only having 3 infantry here, turn 9. The Novo can't stack anything. I might have to start doing bombing raids. Oh, son of a bitch. I forgot to defend those. Oh. I was gonna send the aircraft carrier there. I got tilted and made a mistake. Oh, now I lost two transports for nothing. That's a problem. When you play tilted, you start making bad moves. Alright. That's it for now. Welcome back. It's Germany 10. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. USA, he's probably just going to buy nothing but land units from now on to satisfy his huge transport shuck. Hit Burma, killed 1, lost 1. The son of a bitch did another air raid. Killed 2 infantry, not a hit back. This is just gross what he's able to do here. And I am getting very close to the breaking point in terms of being able to defend. So I'm going to have to take some risks here. I'm probably going to have to abandon France and just move up my whole force up to keep Karelia, because he already has decent odds to clear, and it's only going to get worse from here for us. So yeah, that's just what we gotta do. So I'm just gonna buy 11 infantry. We'll do that. Hit here. And this is a 20% clear, but I have to take this risk. He's just bleeding me dry. The man is the god of air raids. Or maybe I'm just the god of infantry that never hits back. Like, I can't compete with his dice. I need a really big win, and this is a 20% clear that it's technically IPC positive. Hopefully I can get it. If not, we're just going to be in a bigger pit, because we can't continue like this. Japan just has no pressure. Russia's getting 21 a turn. He's air raiding everything, and it's going to be ages before I'm able to take him out at this rate. It's just so weird. I've just been getting such consistently horrendous dice that it's kind of mind-boggling. It's not just one big battle. It's each and every turn, and then I'm going to lose these 2 transports here for nothing because, you know, I'm tilted and made a mistake, and that's certainly not going to help things. So let's hope this goes well, because if not, I mean, you can see despite the income, yeah, he's outdoing me in income and trades because I haven't been able to curtail Russia where I should be. Look at this guy. He's 67 attack power. That's so gross. So we're going to be on the lookout for some aggressive trades from here on out. Nice. Oh, thank goodness we needed that. Oh, I needed that. Okay, that might mean I have a change of plans. With that, I don't have to give up. I don't have to give up Berlin, per se. Okay, I'm going to run some numbers now that his threat on France is drastically curtailed and see what I need to defend. So I'll see you guys in a minute. Alright, I'm back. I ran some numbers. Looks like I can leave 20 here and still be safe in France. He can only hit me with 12 land units for yeah, 20 should be plenty safe against what he can bring to bear. Let me just double check just a little bit. Maybe I'll just leave 20, 21. 21 makes it a little bit cleaner. Yeah, makes it a little bit cleaner. I don't think he'd go for this anyway because he'd lose his whole logistics. Same with here. UK doesn't have more than one fighter in range to attack Baltic, and they'd have to sacrifice any transports they come in here. So I want to make this small enough of a prize to where it won't make him want to dive on me, but enough units to help shore up Karelia. And if I add 2 extra fighters to Karelia, it makes the defense odds. You know what? I think I'll just add 3 just to be on the safe side. And that way everything looks pretty darn safe. How many am I adding here? And 1 fighter, okay. Yeah, he doesn't really have any odds on Berlin either. So this is my plan. Oh, thank goodness we needed that. That was huge for us. Because we've just been getting grinded down for way too long. Because if this were a normal game and it were to play in this style, I thought I had this game surely won. Because I've played this situation a bajillion times and I win almost every time. But his air raids have been absolutely ridiculous, and maybe the best air raids I've ever, seen, results-wise. But this will help buy us some more space and allow us to continue the game without me getting truly desperate just yet. So I'll lock that in. Let's take a look at the board. We are still quite a bit behind, but, doing the best we can other than this blunder there. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll see you guys next time for Japan 10. Welcome back, it's Japan 10. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. Another tank to be annoying here, and looks like he bought a lot of, just a pure land unit buy. Killed our transports for free. Finally nailed him, though. French Indochina. Looks like we got 2 hitbacks. He took out a tank and a fighter. So we need more of that, and less of this freebie crap in Kazakh. So, since I don't have a full transport load here, I'm actually going to have 3 more infantry than I can actually use. So maybe I should cut a plane here. Should I build an accursed artillery? Maybe I'll build an accursed artillery. And we'll go from there. Alright, so we'll take this spot. Looks like he put 1 infantry there just to stop a tank blitz. Makes sense. Do I really want to send 3 infantry here? He's got a lot of US guys to trade with. Do I want to start threatening Africa is the question. Maybe I do. Especially since his fleet's getting a little bit more constricted. Something to think about. Because if I do want to threaten his fleet, I want those guys in France, not in Karelia. That would further diffuse the threat to France. Yeah, that might be our way forward, because we're just not making much progress here. If we could zoom into France, then we might have a chance in this game to really get some stuff done. That might be the play. I can go there too. Something to consider. Is that what I want to do? I think I'd also like to start coding these places with like 2 infantry to make his air raids less efficient if he's going to continue doing them. Now I just have to think, do I want to go down to France or not? He's got 7. Well, you can't go there this turn in any case, right? I could always move them over next turn. I probably don't need this many bombers, but I just don't... I want to minimize the chance of him getting a second round. I think going into Africa is going to be our win condition, though. Because he tried really hard to knock these out, so I think he's... We put the fear of France in him, or fear of Africa in him, because that would help our income expand explosively and prevent him from just pooling here and chipping away at us. And I did buy another transport to help facilitate that. Might just do that. But I kind of need all my fighters I have right here to help defend. Maybe I'll have to wait a turn, because if I put them in France next turn, that will deter his C-Zone 23 attack. Who knows, he might just park them in C-Zone 1, so I don't even need to worry about it. Alright, let's go with this. Only 2 bomber hits, huh? Oh, nice. It's always nice when they don't get hitbacks. Very nice. Need more of those. Okay, so let's coat these places with infantry. I'll keep landing guys here to just scare them. This is where we're starting to make traction. once Russia can't get all of these every turn, 14 IPCs a turn looks a lot better than the 21, 23 he's been getting. And this is just going to make it so his air rating just becomes unsustainable at some point with how many planes he'll have to trade every turn. Or that's the idea, at least. Okay, let's send the submarine up to be a bit more annoying. Threatens Sea Zone 10 and friends. This is safe, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units for 7. Yeah, should be safe. And this time I remembered to put the aircraft carrier there. I think we're good for now, but I always like to double check. Destroying all those US transports really gave us a breath of fresh air. We needed that. And hopefully I can get him to keep air raiding this and suiciding tanks over here. And keep trading inefficiently like that. That's a great way to get value every turn. Just force him to either trade into that or build a destroyer. I'm okay if he wants to build a destroyer a turn for me to burn through. Yeah, I like it, lining two a piece everywhere. It's gonna suck that he's gonna be able to trade with the US for a while, but I can't do much about that. I also would like to be stacking one of these places, but I just can't afford to take my Air Force away for now. Alright, I think that's good for now. Wait, this guy can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, just want to make sure he can't reach. Okay, we're still pretty far behind, but we're heading in the right direction as long as he doesn't continue these ridiculously profitable air raids, which I think might be coming to an end, at least on Japan. He's probably still going to air raid these, but I'd like to make him pay for it. Alright, that's it for now. Catch you guys next time for Germany 11. Welcome back. It's Germany 11. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So, he bought 2 destroyers and 3 transports, no land units. So that's courtesy of Subcoon over here that forced him to spend 16 IPCs on basically artillery, is what I consider the artillery of the sea. But for twice the cost, and they don't increase anything. They're like worse artillery for twice the cost. Shocking how expensive destroyers are for how little they do. Looks like he moved his sub over there into the danger zone. And he hit Archangel, killed 2, lost 2. Got good result in Kazakh. He killed 3. And looks like he's sacrificing that transport to the gods. So, looking at the game, I saw a couple opportunities. One is if he moves his I have decent odds on his fleet. Air quotes, decent odds. If he moves that, I think I've like 58% chance on his fleet to wipe it with the Japanese, which is a little tempting. But I'll show you what I'm going to do here in a minute. Okay. So, we're going to take this bloke. Going to take the freebie transport, and I'm going to hit this guy right here. And there's a very good reason I'm hitting that guy. And let's see, I guess I can only hit this and make it back home. Maybe I'll take this fighter and put it in here, because this is super important that this goes well. The reason I'm doing this is if I kill this guy, I can blitz my tanks into Moscow with a 100% capture chance. That's right, 1-0-0. And if he wants to prevent that, he has to send all of these, every single one of his planes here, into Moscow. And if he does that, or he can like sack a plane, like, and try and, or sack a transport and move something here, you know. And in any case, it will really mess him up if I have the opportunity to blitz into Moscow. My plane stack is starting to get terrifyingly large, and he realizes that. And that's why he moves a unit here, even if I don't hold that territory. So that's the plan. Yeah, it's kind of not a whole lot going on here for the Germans. Nice. If I fail to kill that infantry... Okay, we got it. Shame they didn't capture. Actually, if I captured, that might be even better, because he couldn't land a plane there. I'll move an infantry there. I'll move these 5 up. Bomber back here. I only need 12 infantry to have extremely strong odds. So I'm just going to move my entire blob up. There's no way he has odds on that, right? Yeah, he has all his planes down here. He can't do anything. Oh, I'm so glad I took that out there. Where this game would be much more stressful, and he might have odds this very turn on Karelia. But the larger this stack gets, the messier it gets for him if he wants to do a cheeky 3-1 attack. Go UK, go US, go Russia. It gets increasingly inefficient, which is why, in my opinion, if I were in Snoopy's shoes, right now I would be buying tons of bombers as the UK and just doing strategic bombing raids on Berlin to whittle him down in a more cost-effective manner, because bombing raids are kind of IPC positive, so every bomber he makes is basically costing me 13 IPCs, and if he keeps bombing me, I think that would be more profitable than just shoveling a bunch of infantry to just do a really inefficient multinational attack. Well, that's my take on the matter anyway. It would be so juicy if he missed this, but it's unlikely. Snoopy rarely makes mistakes, unlike us at 61, losing those precious transports. Alright, 14 infantry should be super IPC negative for him, right? He can only hit... Let me just punch it into the calculator real quick. This bomber... No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, okay, no bomber. Versus 14 infantry. Yeah, that's not a good fight for him. Really wish I had more in Berlin. Did I move that AA gun there? I did. I guess that makes sense. Though I calculated it wrong. Sometimes I try to be fast to make the videos not drag on for you guys, but that leads to my play not being as clean. I should watch out for that bomber. That little Knigget there is dangerous. Danger, danger. Yeah, I guess that bomber raid on that destroyer that killed it, bomber survived, it was paying off, huh? I mean, I don't know why I'm delaying ending my turn. There's no possible choice. I have 12 slots and 12 infantry. So, let's take a look. Yeah, we're still behind, but our position's looking a lot better than it was 2 turns ago. Anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you again for Japan 11. Welcome back, it's Japan 11. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. 3 infantry, 2 fighters, so looks like he's trying to just bulk up on his defense, and he's kind of giving up a little on the idea of the British double stack, which is unfortunate, because I'd very much like for him to continue that tactic. For combat, he hit Burma, no losses, hit French Indochina, and we destroyed him. We finally got our good luck against his bombing raids. We destroyed 3 planes with 2 infantry. Thank God. This is so long overdue. I wish I could have had this luck like way earlier in the game, but I will take it, gosh darn it. Oof. Alright, so I'm gonna do a little strange build this time. I'm gonna buy 9 infantry, a fighter, and a bomber. And I'm just buying an extra fighter to help shore up my navy defense here. So I have 2 fighters in each of the carriers. Alright. So first things first, let's load up this cutie here. Drop him there. We'll hit with 1 battleship bombard. We'll of course be using all the planes at our disposal. We're going to take that freebie. I don't think I'm going to go for the, I don't know, was it 50-50 or something on his fleet? It just doesn't feel worth it to me to do that right now. So I won't. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Is there any fight that counts a little bit more? I guess this one counts a little bit more. I am not going for that fight. I'd like to keep my sub alive and a nuisance. Doesn't have to actually kill anything the whole game. The fact that I got him to buy 2 destroyers is a tactical victory in and of itself. I think this is reasonable. Oh, it feels so nice to have so many planes, so I can just maximize the likelihood of one rounding him. It feels so nice. Drat, he got a hit back, but these 2 are the ones, these, let's see, what am I sending here? Am I sending 2 or 3? 3. Yeah, these 2 are the ones where him getting hitbacks are a little scary. Only 1 hitback, I can accept that. Lugda. feel like I've had terrible Vologda luck. I think I failed it like 2, maybe 3 times this game, where they got 2 out of 2 hitbacks. So glad I brought 3. He's still been getting great hitbacks. How many guys have he's gotten? 1, 2, 3, 4 hitbacks. And he's getting good hitbacks, but oh, it's so nice that I took out those planes. Okay. How many guys have 4, 7, 8? So he got 4 hitbacks out of 8 guys, so kind of a poor turn dice-wise, but what else is new, right? Oh, I think I wanted to land some of these in France. Didn't really get the opportunity to. Yeah, I should have adjusted where some of my planes went. That was an error. I should have sent more bombers here so they could go to France, but water under the bridge. Okay, let's move 2 guys down here to just spook him off. We'll move 1 fighter there. Let's move 1 bloke over to New Guinea, and he's gonna grab up these island infantry. I think, do I want to keep this artillery here? No, I'll send it into the fight. Oh, I can't send it here. Let's not make the same mistake again. Actually, I won't grab that artillery. Yeah, he's pressuring me here. I'm glad I noticed that before I did a bonehead move again. Man, I'm just cycling through infantry so fast over here. Luckily, Russia's starting to actually have to pay for its own hits. Every time he hits Archangel, it costs him 2 infantry, or it costs him a transport, which is an expensive trade. And while he can't really support that many transports right now, what it also does is it gives me more less pressure on the board. So, for example, I don't have to defend Berlin as much because he can only hit me with 3 transports now instead of 4. So it gives me a lot more flexibility and breathing room. And I'll just add an extra artillery there because I like to trade these 2 a bit more judiciously. Okay, we got transports there, unloading. Keeping this artillery to maybe threaten Alaska next turn. We're going to move these guys down here once again to threaten Africa and get him to do more panic trading planes into infantry, doing inefficient, ineffectual trades in order to deny me. So if we can keep that up a few more turns, I think we're going to start equalizing the board. You know, maybe I don't, maybe it's not the right time to empty this out. Maybe, because I still have a full load I can unload here, right? So maybe I should delay. Delay that for next turn, perhaps. unload that AA gun and see. I moved the destroyer there, yes. Yeah, because it's better to offload from the mainland than it is to scoop up the islands, if at all possible. It's just a little awkward because and this way I can keep a little bit more. I'm torn. I'm torn on what I want to do here. I guess next turn I can just move this guy here, then I can move him. Let's see, if I go here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 turns to unload. If I go 1, 2, 3 turns to unload. So maybe I'll start with these guys, and I'll only go to reach for this Solomon Islands bloke if I truly have nothing else to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, he can't reach there. All right, this should be pretty safe with aircraft carrier, destroyer fighter. Yeah, that should be pretty deadly. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to set my profile to destroyer last, so I don't lose 3 transports because of a really gutsy attack. Because normally I'd have destroyer go and then the aircraft carrier, and if I have it, if he gets 2 hits and I only get one, that's an awfully convoluted series of events. But I'll do it anyway. Yeah, we'll get that AA gun in action, see if it can threaten him. Oh, I love getting these giant plane death balls as Japan. You feel so powerful. You can hit so many areas. I can threaten India from Karelia. I can threaten his fleet. I can threaten to get super juicy trades all over here. It's quite empowering. Even though I'm behind on attack power and income, I still feel pretty... Man, how often do you see round 11 West Russia stack with Russia and they're still in the game? It's wild to me. I mean, both sides are still in the game. Alright, yeah. We finally peeked out ahead of him, even after our turn. After that plane destruction there. It's wild how high the attack powers are going. Yeah, this has been a truly unusual game. And I think it's still anyone's game here. Especially with how thick Russia is. I don't see me taking out Russia anytime soon. In fact, honestly, the way I see myself winning the game is getting my fleet so strong, or my air force so strong, that I can just sink their everything they have. Because right now they're kind of on the border of being forced to buy Navy defense each and every turn, because Navy defense is a lot more expensive than air attack, and they have to defend their Navy and, you know, pressure my ground armies, and whereas my fleet, my air force can do both. You know, I got 16 planes right here. That's a lot. And I got 5 more over here. So I'm just going to get more and more efficient as time goes on with this air force. And the more he has to build here to defend, as you saw that 2 fighter buy by him, the more behind he's going to get, until hopefully I just have a crushing amount of bombers. I can take India, or who knows, maybe even get a Christmas miracle stack on Russia. But he seems to be chewing through everything I throw at him. I mean, I'm sending 9 land units a turn, and all he has is this little India production and Russia, and he's just making it work. So anyway, that's it for now, and I'll catch you next time for Germany 12. Welcome back, it's Germany 12. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So the US, looks like he bought subs, transports, and just not that many land units. For combat, he did something absolutely gross. He hit this with the sub and the bomber, and I set my defense profile to destroyer last for Japan, just to prevent this sort of nonsense. And he got a top 1% result and cleared everything. Absolutely disgusting. I had 2 fighters, aircraft. I had 12 attack power to his 6. I had 4 guys to take hits, and I didn't pull it off. I got demolished, and he got a disgusting gain. Top 1%. Shocked he went for that. Guess he maybe thought I'd have destroyer first, which I didn't. But he won the lottery, and there's not much else to say except that really sucks. And looks like he's even gonna go after Hawaii now that I can't really contest it. So that's lovely. Yeah, hit Karelia, gotta hit back. Killed 2 in Bellow, at least we got a plane. What did he even hit Bellow with? 4. Air-rated Archangel, didn't get a thing. So pretty disappointing turn from the Axis point of view, but what else is new? So I'm just gonna keep up the buy a bajillion infantry every turn, and we'll keep on trucking. So first, we'll blitz this. Finally, we have the ability to take West Russia, which will be fantastic. Great income. And Japan can also potentially blitz into Caucasus as well, so that's another interesting option for us. Man, I'm frustrated that he pulled this off. I specifically planned out for him to do something stupid like that, and well, you can't beat the dice. I guess I can send that guy there. I guess I'm well enough defended here in Karelia that he really has no shot at taking it, so I can send some tanks out. And now we should hopefully start bleeding Russia a little bit harder, now that he doesn't get that guaranteed West Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus income. He has to work for it. Alright, well, let's put a blocker here. Move these blokes up. Where do I want this AA gun? Guess I'll keep it in Berlin for now. 20 infantry should be more than enough to defend. I'll add 21 just to be safe. And could move them here, but I don't want to have to defend that against 10 US units and their giant, you know, plane fleet. So we'll just take the detour route. How safe am I here? You can hit me with 16 units, and I'm going to have AA, 3 fighters. Just the US can hit me with 16. If I see him hit me with the UK, of course I'm gonna send down. I'm only gonna send 10 out. He's showing some serious desperation when he's going for attacks like this. He's still ahead in attack power, so I'm kind of surprised he's going for these desperate attacks, but he's feeling the pinch, if nothing else. So, man, frustrating. Wonder if I can just annihilate this with my drop, unless he's going to do another suicide bomb into French Indochina. Well, whatever. It's a long game. Every time I think I'm making progress, something wild happens. God, that frustrates me. Alright, well, that's it for now. Catch you guys next time for Japan 12. Welcome back. It's Japan 12. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. Combat, took Burma no losses, hit French Indo for no losses, back to his old tricks of doing air raids with no plane losses. Joy, 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 joy. And he's stacking Kazakh, and I can't reinforce because I got 1% in C-Zone 62. So, what are we going to do with this holly jolly turn? What I'm thinking the best thing to do is to build 3 here, infantry, get 3 transports, a destroyer, move our guys back, move my fleet over this way to try to either retake Hawaii or prevent him from taking it in the first place. I'm so irritated that that ridiculous turn happened, but such is life. Oh, that's right, I can just kill this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess he can kill it back with his bomber, but I mean, that's fine. At least I think it's fine. Yeah, I get 7. What is the profit on a bomber hitting a defending bomber? 8 IPC profit for him, but this... A little bit of a struggle to say if that's worth it or not. I'm gonna say it's not, because he takes this. Well, tough to say. If I send this fleet back this way, I think it's worth it to not hit that transport. Yeah, if I send these guys back, it's probably not worth it to hit it. Because if I kill it, that's plus 7 IPCs. Then he hits me back, that's plus 8 IPC. I'm out minus 1.3 IPCs on average. Okay, let's do... Well, first things first. I actually didn't run odds on his fleet. I'll do that real quickly. It's probably good just to check this every turn. Okay, let's take a look at what he's got. 3 destroyers, 6 fighters, 3 cruisers, 4 aircraft carriers, and a battleship. We have 34% chance to clear. Okay, not that attractive. Alright, let's just take these out. That should be IPC positive. And 8 fighters. Actually, how many units am I sending here? I don't want to send 4. I want to send 1 to Archangel. Force him to trade with me. This guy can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll send him there too. I'm a little curious. If I send this fighter here, 1, 2, 3, I'd rather sack a fighter than a bomber. But if I fail, I'm basically dedicating my fleet here. I'm expecting him to get 1 hit back. I think that's a reasonable assumption. And that will increase the profitability of the trade. If he doesn't get a hit back and I have to plop my whole fleet there, then so be it. I feel like this game has just put me in a bad mood. Anytime I get a below average result, I'm just like snarling and gritting my teeth. Alright, he got the 1 hit. 2 for 1, we'll take that. Alright, so first, let's move a transport out. I'll give him a destroyer or a cruiser buddy. Let's move this back to meet up with our now more depleted fleet here. I guess I can move a fighter here to say, hey, I'm gonna kill your dude. Oh, I was gonna send my bomber here because the bomber can help with the capture. Maybe I should just send the aircraft carrier here with it, and the cruiser can go back here. And the planes will go here so they can help with the capture. Check my defense profile. I guess I can change it back to default now. I don't even know where I want this guy. I guess I can plop him there to have more things to hit. Oh, I forgot to take Caucasus. It's not a super big deal, though, because I take it, that's 4 IPCs, then he hits back, and I take, let's see, 50%, that's 1.5, so it's like 5.5 IPC profit, technically, or half an IPC loss, so it's not a huge deal that I didn't do it, but it's a little annoying that I didn't take that, but I don't think it's super material. Alright, so we're gonna build up a little bit more up here. Set up for a Hawaii, if not a Hawaii recapture, at least I'm zoning him out of taking it. We're gonna have a destroyer and 3 transports spawning there, and he can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he can only hit with a sub and a bomber, but according to past experience, that's all he needs. That's all he needs to make some magic happen. I'm wondering if I even want to place a unit there. I think I will. I'll force him to retake it if he wants that money. And maybe I'll even move the transport instead to here, because if he wants to run away to here, I want to force him to bring these destroyers back to defend him. Oh no, he can hit me there. You can just go 1, 2. Okay, that's silly. Oh, he can hit me no matter which way I go here. Alright, well, I'm glad I noticed that, so I didn't donate a sub. Alright, let's go with this. Do I even need all of these fighters there anymore? I wonder if it's better to just put my fighters here, because he's pretty darn safe as Berlin. Maybe just putting all my crap in 1 stack is the right move. Can he take me out? Well, if I split up, it's a little scary, because can he split his fleet, afford to split his fleet up against 8 bombers? Maybe he can. It's close. But I kind of want all of my units to be in 1 spot if possible. And the reason for that is I want to be able to smash this. And if I don't have all these planes here, I don't have odds to smash whatever he's going to layer on here. Does he have odds on me here? He can hit with 4 or 5 planes, 10, that's 15 units, and I'm gonna have 11, 14. Maybe that's not so wise. Okay. Cancel that. Yeah, maybe that's not so wise. Alright, maybe I'll just be patient and accept my knuckling that I'm gonna get over here. Yeah, leave light amount of units there to prevent him from taking it for free. Move some units down here to contest Yunnan, and Have the rest of the fleet up there. It's the best I can come up with. At least we got a decent trade there in Persia. I'm just so paranoid. This is a giant step backward. Yeah, even after Japan, we're only even. That's terrible. Well, hopefully after a few more turns, I'll stop griping about that ridiculous 1% result. But I can't promise anything. Alright, that's it for now. Catch you guys next time for Germany 13. Welcome back. It's Germany 13. Let's take a look at what Snoopy's up to. So he bought 3 subs, bomber, and 3 land units. So it looks like he's really doubling down on trying to destroy, annoy us in the Pacific. So looks like we probably can't take Hawaii safely this next turn. So we'll have to be patient. As far as other things, his combat, of course he took Hawaii. No losses Seeking, no losses Szechuan. Hit a Venki with the Russians to take out that bomber. Hit Novo, no losses. Lost to West Russia. No losses. Vologda. Okay. So nothing... What did he hit Vologda with? Just 3 infantry. Yeah, he did a lot of pretty borderline attacks, but looks like it worked out for him. So here's my thought. I am just shocked at this game at how pushed back I am with Japan. He sent nothing but, you know, the guys shuttling through Africa and the guys coming through India, and it's turn 13, and I can't even hold the coast. It's absolutely ridiculous how badly he's just diced the hell out of us. So, but what can you do? That's how it goes sometimes, and I'm just gonna keep stacking infantry. I could also consider inching in some artillery over time to have a potential, to have potential to take out Moscow with a giant stack at some point with Germany. Just say, okay, you have Karelia, I'll take out Moscow, and make a play that way. So it's a thought. So we'll push 3 guys in here to try to ensure that we hold it. I'm probably going to try and stack Ukraine. Before I do that, I should probably quickly check to see if he has odds on Karelia. Let me quickly do some math there. I'm going to have 45, 47, 3 artillery, I'll just say 8 tanks. Yeah, he has no odds. Okay. And I'll have to remember to put a bomber there from Japan. Barely one-rounded him. Alright, so since I have the extra defense power to hold Karelia, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some extra force to Maybe not quite that much. Add some extra force to hold Ukraine and stack it so he can't take it, and possibly threaten to take it ourselves. So that's the idea. Let's see, what can you hit me with? 10, 14 units. This should be pretty safe, right? 13, 16, 17, 18. Might not be as safe as I want. I think that's good. Yeah, we'll inch these guys up towards Moscow, and maybe at some point Karelia, and at some point I can dive down and just take out Moscow if that's an option. Luckily, we've been whittling down some of his planes, so he doesn't have such an overwhelming force that he used to have. I think I'm good with this. We're falling farther behind. This is really hurting Japan. This is just wild to me that I'm getting pushed back as Japan from an India complex and some air raids, but that's the world we live in, and I'll see you guys next time for Japan 13. Alright, welcome back. It's Japan 13, and we're in a lot of trouble. That top 1% result that he got to clear my navy just really sent us to hell. And yeah, just in a dark situation. And I was just looking at the board, and the problem is, even if I do eventually manage to claw myself back from this situation here, he's gonna have such an enormous economy lead that the game's probably just gonna end right there. You know, I can't, there's no way I can, you know, have, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, you know, for all of that income every turn. It's not going to be winnable in the long run, and I don't know if I even can take it back with how inefficiently I've been trading. So, I'll show you the buy. I'm just gonna buy a destroyer to help curb some of his sub stuff. I thought, how can I win this game? It's not going to be trying to claw back Southeast Asia and such. That's not going to win me the game. It's going to either be blitzing through to take out Russia or sinking his entire fleet. And I have a 35% to clear. To clear his fleet. I ran the numbers, and if I do it in 2 waves, and then I hit with the Germans next turn, it's a 65% chance to clear. It's actually much higher than that, because for some reason the calculator thinks floating fighters will actually be there. But yeah, if he gets the average value, it's extremely high chance to clear. And I think I have to take that popsicle shot in hell, because I'm just really behind. So behind that I don't even want to take a smack at that submarine. Ugh. And unfortunately, I do have to like sacrifice an infantry here to prevent his sub and bomber from being able to hit there, because I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or yeah, he can get me, which is not what we want. I can't go for Y because he built a bunch of subs and bombers, so no brain there. I'm not gonna sack my guys just for one IPC island. And I think I have to go for this 35% because I'm just so desperately behind. He got a huge win for the price of a bomber, and I just gotta try it. So fingers crossed. Implausible. Double check my calculator was correct with what I put in here. He has 3 destroyers, 6 fighters, 3 cruisers, 4 aircraft carrier, and a battleship. Yeah, I gotta go for it. I don't want to, but I got bottom 1%, so I gotta hope for a top 35%. Well, those were pretty good rolls. I can live with that. Great rolls. Alright, that was a fantastic result for us. What was that? That was a top 6%. So, alright, that breathed a little bit of life. Yeah, that's some nice IPC game there. That breathed a little bit of life into our play here. Okay, I didn't expect it to work that well. But of course I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. Whenever I take those kind of desperate last stands, I just kind of, by default, assume they'll fail. But I will take a success any day. Okay, let's empty these guys out here. Where do I want these bombers? Yeah, he can't drop anything now. It's all gone. Huh, I feel very powerful right now. So, what would be the best place? I can't stop the US. So I'd want these guys to be placed somewhere. He can't break that, can he? No way he can break that. No way. I want to place these blokes somewhere that they can deter the UK fleet and help defend Asia. So if I land them, let's say in Ukraine, they can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I can't stop that. But I might be able to do that with the German plane. So I might not need the Japanese to do that. I feel like this isn't a very, well, instructive game. You know, we're just wild swings of dice, like when I got that like top 20% there, or the top 9%, or you got the top 1% there. Like, I feel this is not what instructive gameplay should look like. Not that I'll complain. Oh, I don't want to land there. maybe I'll keep one guy there because I'm afraid of him taking 4 fighters against our bomber. Yeah, that's not a fantastic trade for him. But where to place these bombers, I am uncertain. Because, well, what do I want to do with the Germans? Do I want to just pop on down and try to wipe out Russia? Is that my plan? I don't think that's a good plan, honestly. I think that's a desperation plan that's not filled with wisdom. I'll move one guy there. I think I'll move... I really like Ukraine. I like Ukraine because I can hit India. Oh, let's get this little dude out of dodge here. Gonna keep a battleship here to protect our new destroyer by. I didn't expect to get this far. I kind of expected to fail and then concede. Or maybe just bring all my German crap down and try for a YOLO on Moscow. That was kind of my game plan, but here we are. Let's see, if I land them... The reason I don't want to stay here is because there's a chance I might abandon it to try and Hulk smash Russia. Maybe this is the best spot. Can I hit India? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I can't. I want to be able to hit these stacks here, though. This might be the best place. This should be pretty damn safe. Yeah, 15 units, he can hit me with 7, 8, 9 units, there's no way. And then I'll be able to be in range of most things. This is safe, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. He can hit it with 5 if he wants. But my 5 are better than his 5. He could hit this with a sub and a bomber. Bless his heart. Okay. I've been traumatized by that top 1%. Let's do a simulation if he tries that same nonsense again. .75% chance I survive. How badly do I want to protect that destroyer? Kind of want to protect it. Well, anyway, if he goes all in on that stuff, it's a 76% chance I survive or something like that. I'm not going to wimp out over that. And that's a two-way attack. This newly hatched KJF here. Make sure I didn't land anything in Formosa. Yeah, I don't have to defend anything anymore. I'm gonna buy some more German planes and make sure he never gets a navy again. That's nice. You can have your giant little stack there, snuggling up with each other and Karelia. Just for safety's sake, I'm going to simulate what his attack on Karelia would look like if he were to go for it. Oh, that's right, he has no planes anymore. No bombard, he has 31. Okay, it's a 0% capture for him. Okay, I can give him a 0% capture. We're that generous. Okay, I think this is good. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether it's worth giving him this here. It's a 76% chance we survive, but I just don't know if it's worth. He might be getting desperate. No, it's an 81% chance if he doesn't do a two-way attack. I don't know. I'm so paranoid now after getting that terrible result. I'm like an abuse victim here. I'll give him an 81. I think it's fine. I can't play scared. I don't want to give him a free destroyer for a off 18.3% chance to clear. Yeah, no thank you. Okay, we got infantry there and infantry there. We're going to keep 4 in Manchuria because I don't want him to pick off my bomber at a profit with 4 planes. He loves his air raids. And the game goes on. Now I have this tank. I guess I want it on the mainland, right? So it can scoot and zoom around as tanks are wont to do. I wonder if I set it to destroyer last. Actually makes my profit worse. Okay, I won't set it to destroyer last. Actually, let me double check my profile. What is it? Okay, standard stuff. I'm so paranoid. Oh, 39 income. It's like it's round 2. It's like round 3 income. But we're ahead in attack power after that big clear there. So the game goes on. Alright, catch you guys next time for Germany 14. Welcome back. It's Germany 14. Let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So he bought 2 transports, another submarine, fighter bomber. So it looks like he is going to heavily dedicate himself to a kill Japan strategy, since he knows it's going to be probably too difficult for him to get a fleet back. He hit Anhui, failed, hit Sikang, killed. Okay, not too much happening. Man, that's a lot of subs. I'm gonna have to probably buy another aircraft carrier to keep myself safe against these shenanigans. Let's see, Russia. Not a tank, that's interesting. We got good results in West Russia. So I was looking at the board, and if I all in West Russia, next turn I'd have a 62% chance on Moscow. That's pretty snazzy. But when I thought about it, I don't think there's a need to rush with Germany, because I can just wait until these big stacks get here 1, 2, 3, 4 turns from now, And if I do that, then my odds are just going to be exponentially better now. Probably 100% capture. And that's much more attractive to me than a 2 out of 3. And the consequences of even if I succeed is he's going to have a giant doom stack flooding in, and I will have problems. And if I fail, oh, heaven help me, I'll just lose the game. So I don't think I want to do that. I am behind in attack power, but the lack of pressure on Germany, I believe, is going to give us a lot of space to do some good things. So I'm going to buy a bomber and 8 land units. I want the bomber for a little bit more flexibility to hit his units, to trade, and to deter a fleet drop. So this is going to be an extremely exciting turn. We're going to go boop. And that's about it. I don't really have anything else to do. Unless I want to hit this, which would be very silly. I'd just lose all my units for nothing. So yeah, that's about it on the combat side. Woo! Caucasus! Alright, so let's move these guys forward. Let's move. Can move these guys here. Can move all my planes there to help defend that a little bit more judiciously. We'll put the tanks in there to give ourselves a rock solid defense. And do I want to move these guys up to Baltic states? I think that's the right play. I'll just move them up. Oh, it feels so good to just move everything like this. Feels so good to just move everything up. I'll move the AA gun too. Why not? It's not necessary. I think I'll even add an extra infantry to try to encourage Russia to trade with me more. Because I'd rather trade, you know, his units out here than fight defending infantry at 2. I'd rather pick them off little by little. I'll even add 2 there. Do I have odds here? He has to be moving a bunch of guys up here. So crazy how he's pushed Japan into a corner just with these crazy air raids. Absolutely wild. I've never had a game like this before. Alright, I think that's about all I'm going to get. I'm gonna have to remind myself to like put a bomber there or something to prevent these transports from taking these territories here. He doesn't have any defense for his transports, they're just subs, so I can just use bombers to cheaply zone him out from taking the island income. I don't think I even need... That should be enough. Six infantry and a bunch of planes, more than enough to defend against that. And how many planes am I gonna have? I'm gonna have 4, 5, 6 planes. That should stop any fleet drop he's thinking of doing. artillery here, ramping up the pressure. Alright, and we're barely ahead, man. This was 150 IPC profit, and we're still tied attack power-wise. Isn't that crazy? Alright, that's it for now. Catch you guys next time for Japan 14. Welcome back. It's Japan 12. Let's take a look what Snoopy's up to. So he bought 3 infantry for India, and he bought an aircraft carrier and a fighter in Sea-Zone 8, which of course I'm going to nuke down. No more drops, not now, not ever. Combat, took Anhui for free, took Malaya for free, took Kwang Tung, no losses. Killed 1, lost 1 in Yunnan. So, looking at this board, I said, hey, I can take India. And then I was wondering, should I take India? But I think it's worth it. It makes my logistics way out of whack, but on the plus side, it denies him 3 additional infantry from being produced next turn, which is pretty key for me. The next thing I thought about is if I place a bomber here, I can zone out his transport. And finally, if I get an average result on Novembrisk, and then next turn move my entire German force down here, I have a 99% chance to capture, even if he sends absolutely everything he possibly can, including all of these guys, all of these guys. If he sends everything, I still have a 99% chance to capture, which is pretty nifty if you ask me. And I think I'm going to go for it. The downside is, of course, he's going to get Karelia, which, I mean, that sucks, but I value Moscow more than Karelia. And with these huge stacks here, I should be able to hold on. Alright, so let's get down to it and see if we can bring an end to this game. And I'm buying an aircraft carrier and a fighter to give myself a little bit more defense against this massive conglomerate of subs he's making. Why is that 3? Hey, why? I swear, sometimes transports are frustrating. Okay, finally got what we wanted. Right there. I'm gonna put this guy here because, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and land there safely. This fighter, I need to preserve it to land here to defend Sea-Zone 35. I'm going to take everything in the kitchen. Oh, hold on. Kitchen sink to hit here. Maybe this is too many units here. No, if he wants to go for this and hit it and take it out, that just means my Moscow odds will go from 99 to 100. He has to send literally everything back. Everything, without exception. And that gives him like a 1% or something odds to take to defend. I feel a little... Feels a little wrong to go all in like that, but I think it's the right choice. He can't attack this. He can't afford to. He could afford to hit this, though. He could just guess he'd just send the tanks in. As much as I'd love to send the transports out to hit here, I can't do that because I can't defend this against what he has. Wait, this guy go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they can't reach. Hey, can't complain about perfection, am I right? Drat. But these fights aren't super important. The one we're saving for last is what matters. That was pretty nice. I got 2 hits more than I should have. 4? Alright, we can do another round. Alright, well, I'll accept that. That was very good. I mean, might as well send the AA gun there. We'll take these guys here. I think I'm gonna put them all up there. You're gonna go here. I guess I can remove that marker. Now where do I want to put these handsome fellows? I want to put them in Buryatia? That might make sense. He can't really reach there with any planes. It gives me some good range. This guy can go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he can dead zone all these territories. So if he wants to scoop up my precious islands, he's going to have to send more units than what he has. Actually, if he double sends them, like 1 here, 1 here, or he sends 1 guy here and 1 here, can I still reach that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can. What about this guy? Yeah, let's make sure I fully thought through all of his potential landing spots. Put at least 1 in Japan. Because let's see if he wants to land here and here. Here and here. 1 bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Maybe I'll put a fighter down here just to dead zone these territories, and the bomber can dead zone the rest. Because if he takes those, I can't really take them back. So I think it's worth dedicating a fighter to defense here, at least in my opinion. maybe I'll move the anti-aircraft there, because Russia and UK can just smash this on their way back. Russia doesn't need all of these units to defend Moscow this turn, so they could send a crushing force there. So the AA is probably better off in Archangel, now that I think about it, because he doesn't have to take it with the US. Only I had Hawaii here, but I didn't defend France either, so it's not like I could get a VC victory. Okay, I think this makes sense. What a weird game. Well, with that result I just got there, it's definitely a 100% Moscow capture. We're actually ahead in attack power after our turn, so that's pretty sweet. Alright, that's it for now, and we'll see how the final showdown goes in 2 more turns. Catch you guys next time for Germany 15. Welcome back, it's Germany 15, and let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So for the US, he bought destroyers, aircraft carriers. I think he's realized you can't do it alone with just subs. And he took France for free. Wake Island, no hitbacks. Solomon, no hitbacks. Lost one, killed one, lost one on Caucasus. Oh, we got 3 hitbacks on Novo. That's pretty nice. For Anwei, looks like he's just suiciding his things in, so it looks like he's fully committing to just trying to eliminate Japan, since he knows we're going to take out Russia. Archangel, West Russia, yeah. Okay, so this turn, I'm just going to buy a bunch of land units, and I'm probably... yeah, I'm going to buy another bomber, because I want to keep him from starting a navy up. Alright. So, first things first. Let's wipe these buggers out. I'm not going to even try to defend Ukraine here. Let's hit this really hard. Doesn't really matter too much how I split it up, just as long as he can't wipe out either of these stacks next turn. It's nice that he decided to trade these, so I have even less to worry about taking over Moscow. Now that I think about it, let's change some things. Let's send the artillery here. Let's send the tanks here. And the reason for that is I want the tanks to be able to blitz through here, or possibly blitz back to this side. I don't want, when he takes Karelia, to be able to just dead zone me. Guess I can add some more infantry there just to be safe. Just 8 infantry versus 1. I'm like, how much is enough? Okay, this should be a profitable exchange. What a wild game. I've never played a game like this. Eight infantry, 1 hit. Calculated. I was also slightly tempted to just build a navy, because honestly... Ooh, darn, he got 2 hits. That's unfortunate. I think I could do a guaranteed capture next turn of United Kingdom if I wanted to do that, but I have a guaranteed capture of Moscow, so why should I complicate things, right? Yeah, because if I were to just buy nothing but transports and like I don't know, an aircraft carrier and a destroyer or something. Yeah, it should be a no contest. Maybe I should have taken the United Kingdom's capital. Yeah, that probably would have been a better play now that I think about it. It's just, I don't encounter a situation like this very often where they just don't really have anything there. Okay. Let's put the fighters so they're in range of Moscow. Let's move these happy campers here. Those happy campers there. Kind of hoping you'd only get one hit back there, but still a profitable exchange. KJF transition, turn 15. What's this world coming to? He's gonna have some trouble though. I still have a lot of bombers. And these aren't like your friendly neighborhood bombers. These ones are feral. Oh yeah, there's one Japanese infantry there that I forgot to move out. Oh well, he will be the speed bump. Should I buy... Maybe it's not so important that those fighters join in on this fight, because I don't even need to run the odds. I have like almost 60 infantry and then 70 units, and he's gonna have less than 30 units he can put here. Yeah, there's no chance. He has nothing. I don't need my fighters there. I'll leave my fighters here to try and zone out his any potential fleet drops. Fighters are absolutely not needed here. They're needed on the coast. How much money does he have? 35? Okay, he's still making good money. I guess it makes sense. He's got these IPCs, these IPCs. I've only really taken the Australia and New Zealand from him. Okay, time to also change our defense profile. We no longer need to protect our anti-aircraft. Anti-aircraft can die first. Yeah, this is a big speed bump. I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to come after us in Berlin with this many units here. It's like 43 units. That's a lot. I'm going to put them there. I don't want to feed any units into the wood chipper that is Karelia. Alright, well, this has been a very interesting game. Never played anything quite like it. Catch you guys next time for Japan 15. Welcome back. It's Japan 15. Let's take a look what Snoopy did. So he bought 5 infantry and 2 fighters because we took India. So that's all he really could do that turn. So that's a nice change of pace. As for other things, let's see. Took Anhui. He got a great result there. He took out a lot of units. No losses Karelia, no losses Kwangtung. That was lucky. And we got a really good roll in India. So we got 5 hitbacks, which is way more than we probably should have gotten. We probably should have gotten 2 or 3 hitbacks at the most. So that was a very nice result. So this turn, I'm thinking about where is the game going to go forward. So the way I foresee the game going forward is next turn I'm going to take Moscow. I haven't run the numbers. I'll have to see what the numbers are on taking this big old mess and attacking Karelia. If it's IPC positive enough, I might just do that instead of Moscow. So we're either gonna take Moscow or smash Karelia. And after that, what's going to happen is Germany is just gonna come out like a flood. And the game's usually over by that point. I mean, this is, what do you say? It's a well without a source of water. He's going to dry up very quickly here. So the way I could possibly see myself losing is I just lose Japan. Like, I don't really see, I lose Japan, he takes the Money Islands. So what I'm going to do is bulk up on my naval defense. Just going to buy another destroyer, buy another fighter, 8 infantry, and try to outbulk the US here. Or at least stall them so they can't take these territories for as long as possible while retaking the coastline here. So that's the build, that's the plan. Let's execute it. So first things first, let's wipe out this eyesore. Let's take these guys, wipe out his transports. Looks like he forgot to pull those guys back. It's a little interesting. He's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be enough to take him out. For here, I want to protect here. Can I do so? Is the question. I should be able to protect it. I'm gonna add most of my guys here. Wait, you guys can attack something? No, you can't. Trying to trick me. It's nice that he forgot those destroyers there, so we can snatch those up for free. Maybe cheap is the better word. Let's see. Let's see what the calculator says my odds are. Yeah, 82% chance to lose nothing, 98% chance to lose 1 sub or less. I don't want to send too much though, because I need to zone out his subs if possible. Okay, it should be enough defense for there. Do I need that fighter there, or is this fighter better one? I feel like the fighter's better put here. Right? Maybe not. Let's see. the calculator says I get 0.2 IPCs more. I don't think that's enough for me to do it. I was also thinking that I could bomb these fighters here, but I don't think those fighters are super important. I think it's more important for me to kill all of his land units and retake my income. So I'm able to compete with the US at least reasonably well, because right now I'm at 32 IPCs and the US is at 45 or 50. That's not a healthy number. Yeah, the US 116 attack power. Most of it's over here, but still stands. I'd like to build up my income more so than take a probably good trade against his fighters. Alright, let's dance. I was also thinking I could possibly hit French Indo-Thailand, but I prefer hitting here because next turn I can almost guarantee he's going to send his planes down there and his tanks, and I would just rather take this from the US guaranteed, and he can blitz out here, but then I can hit it, take it back without disrupting my logistics. So that's, I didn't miss that. That's a intentional choice. Ah, nasty sucker. Taking a poor Japanese infantry with him. Really hope I can capture here. Son of a... No, it's not worth losing a bomber for 1 IPC, but my goodness. He hit 4 out of 5 infantry. Really? He hit 6 out of 7 units. Glad I sent the battleship. Jeez. Jeez. Guess I'll just keep this bomber here. I guess I could also just keep more of these bombers here. It's an interesting idea. Let's send all of those blokes up. Where do we want these guys landing? Let's keep them near and dear to us. No reason to fly them away. So the question is, where do I want these bombers? Do I want them here to potentially hit Evenki? If I have them in Japan, let's see, where can he move this fleet to where he'll feel most safe? Let's see, probably my first thought was here. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just be as annoying as we can. Yeah, I'll keep 1 bomber here in the mainland, but let's not worry about hitting, you know, UK. Let's just worry about stopping the US from taking any of the islands. And I think 6 bombers is a great recipe to do that. He has 1, 2, 3, 4. He doesn't even have, yeah, he has 4 units. There's no safe way he can take anything. He can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. He can't hit with that bomber, not that he would want to. So I think this is the right idea. Just prevent the US from getting anything done, or at least stall them. I guess if I were to keep the bombers here, I'd have a bigger threat on India next turn, but I don't need to worry about that. Germany will handle it. Just need to stop the US in their tracks for a couple turns, and that will probably give us the game. That bomber's battleship's safe, right? Can his bombers hit there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I suppose they could, but they'd have to land an on-way where they would just die. So that's probably not a great tactic by him. But possible. He's hit my destroyers before. Check my defense profile. Default. That's what we want. Alright. Pass it over to him. We've got a significant attack power lead now. Still hugely behind on income. He's got 97 versus my 71. But hopefully that's going to change pretty soon. Catch you guys next time for Germany 16. Welcome back. It's Germany 16. And let's take a look at what Snoopy did. So you bought 2 fighters, bomber, another transport, bombing raided Germany, shot that sucker down, hit Iwo Jima, and it looks like he's just gonna sacrifice transports until I can't shoot him down. I mean, he's certainly blowing a lot of units to pave the way in the Pacific. This is extremely inefficient, and I am all for it. So I had a couple options this turn. One, I can like slap this down and I'll have, if I slap it down with everything, I'll have like a 93 IPC positive battle. But when I looked at the board, if I wipe him out in Caucasus, I'll have a like a 50 plus IPC positive battle, and I think that's more worth going for, at least in my opinion. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. It's a little bit safer. I take Russia's income out of the game for good, so he can't recapture if I hit this, and I think that's the smarter way to play. I'm kind of surprised why he stacked Caucasus instead of sending it out of the way, but maybe he didn't notice the tanks could blitz here. I don't know, but I'm gonna dive on it. So I'm gonna repair, I'm gonna buy 7 infantry for artillery to purely focus on trying to get enough defense to make sure Berlin doesn't fall, and to slap him out of the game. And I'm just trading with these because I can. I'm a little concerned that he's gonna try to recapture Moscow with this big Uber stack. I should be perfectly safe in Berlin. But we'll see what he decides to do. Can I hold him off if I combine these stacks? That's an interesting question. Be like 30 units? Not really. But do I want to send more towards Berlin or more towards Moscow? I'm not sure. I think more towards Moscow, maybe. Not really sure what his plan is. Let's send fewer units here. I want one to defend here, but I want fewer units here because I can't make it to Moscow back in time. I can hit these, but I'd rather keep the fighters out here fresh and ready to shoot down any navy. Alright. Looks like we'll do the climax fight first. How many should I have gotten here with let's see, I guess I should have gotten 6 or 7. I got a little bit below average, maybe 2 or 3 hits below. He got a little bit above average, but not enough to hopefully make a difference. That was pathetic. But it full cleared him anyway. Okay, he got a bad result here. Overall, super efficient. Yeah, I calced it out, and looks like we got about what we should have. Can we take Moscow, though? That's the real question. Nice, one-rounded him. Nice. Okay, pretty big IPC swing that turn. We got 112 for 39. Pretty huge win. Oh, maybe I should have sent an extra one here, but oh well. Okay, so the next question is, where do I move all my stuff? I think I'm going to move all of these guys here. I'll leave like one left over to make sure everything's hunky-dory. So let's see, if I were him, where would I want to hit? So I think he's gonna go after Moscow if I had to guess. Well, either place looks completely hopeless to me because he's got each side has like 40 units to hit, and I'm gonna have a ton in Moscow by the time, or Berlin when he gets there. And if he goes for Moscow, I'm also gonna have a ton. You know, that's 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, doesn't matter which way he goes. He's kind of up a creek, as they say. Yeah, I think he's just trying to take out Japan? Not entirely sure what his plan is. Yeah, I think the game's over. Especially since I'm going to get a big build next turn on in Moscow. I guess I can swap my defense profile to AA protection in case he tries to suicide snipe my AA guns, but I think we're good. I think we got this. Hindsight, I probably should have just bought a bunch of planes, but I don't think it really matters. I think I'm good no matter what he chooses. Ooh, 51 IPC, 71 total. Yeah, if he goes over here, I just pull this back, completely safe. If he goes over here, I just cinch all those guys up, and we're also completely safe. Yeah, look at the war report. We're now 50 IPCs ahead, or attack power ahead. And Germany, I think, is just too strong. Almost the same as all the other powers combined. Alright, that's it for now, and I'll catch you guys next time for Japan 16. Alright, well, it looks like Snoopy threw in the towel here. Can't blame him. What did he do for his last turn? Looks like he was trying to rebuild a navy. Failed Season 29, of course. Subversive battleship. Lost one in Baltic states. Killed one, lost one Yunnan. Finally got our infantry luck, shooting down planes when it doesn't matter. That one little hero shot down 2 fighters. What a boss. But looks like he decided to go towards Berlin. I plugged in the calculator, and he had a 0% capture rate on Berlin. So we were, and even if he did get that 0% capture, these guys, along with, you know, the tanks there, would have finished the deal. So, well played by my opponent. This was an absolutely wild game. I've never played a game where my opponent did so much damage with air raids. I normally don't have a problem with it, but he fleeced me pretty hard in the early game. I got a little bit more luck at the late game, but trust me when I say this, good luck early game is so much better than getting good luck late game. Alright, well, thank you everyone for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you like the content, and go ahead and send me some comments if you guys have any input on the game, and I'll catch you guys next time.